Honey,
Wait, what?
with COVID-19 and my heart disease, I'm not going to wait. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now. I'm not risking it.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body. Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. Tell your doctor about all medicines, vitamins, and herbal supplements you take, as certain tests or dosage changes or other medicines may be needed. Tell them if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, or plan to be pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if allergic to its ingredients. Stop taking it right away if you have allergic reaction symptoms. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Ask your doctor today.
When I started Wolf Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggin.
I'm being told this is legal giving from Liberty Mutual. Help save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
And his partner, Doug, is the gentleman under the security guard.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Welcome to.
This event is for all of us who believe in Africa. It's a good opportunity to get all leaders together.
The summit has been truly amazing in the opportunity to network.
Not personally survive it. This project will give opportunities for local market and also to export worldwide. No country progresses in isolation. We are all building Africa's future every day.
Bipolar 1 can overwhelm your mind. Sometimes depressive lows and unpredictable highs can make it hard to get out of your head. Finding relief may help you break through. Ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms.
Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase fees in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move. Sleepiness, nausea, vomiting, and indigestion are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks.
Vraylar, breaking through to relief. Ask about Vraylar.
When you have a Medicare partner you trust, life gets lighter. You know it. Put a spring in your step. Health Spring.
A new evil threats, and Cyberman's ready for every one of them. While hackers plot their next move, Cyberman's already there, protecting families, businesses, and governments before danger can strike. This year, protect what matters most with easy-to-use award-winning protection. With PC-Matic, you get American-made protection that's faster, smarter, and stronger. Start 2026 with confidence. Visit PCMatic.com today.
Everyone wants the formula, and I'm going to give it to you. There's truly nothing lamer than just half-assing it. When people underestimate you, use it.
I'm Caitlin Collins in Davos, Switzerland, and this is CNN. Happening now, breaking news, historic storm from the southwest all the way to the east coast. Tens of millions of Americans are bracing for the triple threat of heavy snow, dangerous ice, and bone-chilling cold.
And more breaking news from the West Coast. A source out there CNN that the former Olympian runner who was on the FBI 10 most wanted list has been captured. Welcome to our viewers here in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Lifter with Pamela Brown, and you're in the situation. We begin this hour with breaking news. Over 160 million Americans, almost half the U.S. population, are now bracing for a winter storm that could be among the biggest in years. It will will stretch from New Mexico to Maine and in most of the South. The storm is as ominous as it is sprawling. 12 states have already declared a state of emergency. Heavy snow and very dangerous temperatures will hammer much of those northern states in blue and purple, as you can see there.
And to the south, this foreboding line of pink shows dangerous amounts of snow. We can show that up to an inch thick in places heavy enough to bring down power lines, and temperatures will be low enough that could cause some outages that last for days. And as you can see, North Carolina is in the thick of this. The state's governor has a briefing at the bottom of the hour, and we'll bring it to you live. And in Chicago, let's head over there. An interesting sight. Crews use flames to prevent the tracks of the Metro commuter rail from freezing. CNN meteorologist Allison Chinchar is in the Weather Center, very busy. What's the latest you're seeing, Allison?
Yeah, so we're still keeping an eye on who's going to get what. You know, some folks are just going to get snow. That would be the purple color you see here. Others are going to stay too warm. There's just simply going to get rain. But it's these areas here in pink. Those are the ones we're most concerned about, because those are the areas that are going to get a little bit of everything over the next 72 hours. That's why you have all of these winter weather alerts that stretch from New Mexico all the way up to Maine. That's more than 2,000 miles. Now, overall, when it is said and done, some of these areas could be looking at upwards of an inch of ice accumulation. Keep in mind, that's not just on roadways. That would be on things like trees and power lines, which could lead to widespread power outages. On the colder northern side, this is where we could be looking at well over a foot of snow that comes down. Again, in some of these places, they just simply don't get that kind of volume of snow. But we also have the Northeast. Now, while it's going to be later into this system, not necessarily today or tomorrow, like the southern region is going to get, the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic is really going to start to see their winter precipitation ramp back up once we get to very early Sunday. See a lot of snow here for places like Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. Some of those areas are going to see a little bit of a changeover into that ice and freezing rain once we get a little bit later into the day Sunday. But then again, we get some more snow on the backside again. So a lot of these areas are just going to be dealing with back and forth of different types of precipitation as we go through the next few days. In all, though, much of the Northeast, and really especially into New England, we could be looking at widespread totals of 8 inches. Some areas that can pick up more than a foot of snow total. We also need to talk about some delays, because when you're looking at airline flights, there could be cancellations, there could be delays. The tough spots are really going to be in this area here where you see that light purple color, and then also the darker purple color the farther you go down to the south, because those are going to be the areas where you have ice, where you just have such high totals of snow, it makes it very difficult to clear off those runways.
Allison Chinchar, thank you very much for this information. Very much. We do appreciate it very much. I want to continue this conversation right now. Joining us is Russell Strickland. He's the Secretary of the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. He oversees, among other things, the state's emergency preparedness. I'm sure this is a very, very busy morning for you and some of the others. So thanks so much for taking a little time and joining us to talk about what's going on. Your state of Maryland has already declared a state of emergency just ahead of the storm. What are you expecting, and is Maryland prepared?
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. And yes, Maryland is looking for a major storm with dangerous conditions that are going to go across the entire state. Very cold temperatures are expected Friday night with snow and ice beginning later Saturday and lasting through Sunday into Monday. Travel across the state will become extremely hazardous and life-threatening, and we're asking folks, if not impossible, to simply stay off the road. That's the best thing they could do Saturday night into Sunday. We have been working preparations this week, working closely with our local governments, our state agencies, our non-governmental partners to meet the needs of our residents and visitors throughout the storm. And in the days following, our State Emergency Operations Center is staffed 24/7 for the duration of the storm. We have done a state of preparedness at this point in time.
I'm so sorry, I have to interrupt, Russell, because we have an important press conference we have to get to. We'll have to get back to. This is Gregory, but we know a commander with the Border Patrol. Let's listen in.
Marcos Charles, and at that time, after Mr. Charles is done, we'll take any questions that you may have. So operations continue unabated here in Minneapolis. Several illegal alien criminals taken off the street yet again over the past 24 hours. Again, that is what we're here to do, and we're not going to be deterred in doing that. We are going to take these illegal aliens off the street and make America a safer place, make Minneapolis a safer place. Again, that is why we're here. Let me detail a couple of illegal aliens we took off the street over the past 24 hours that were walking our street over those past 24 hours. Here's one, Mr. Carlos Gomez Acosta, charged with cocaine trafficking and a controlled substance violation. This is an interesting one because this individual was what we would term as a golf, which is a getaway across the border. This individual crossed the border and was a getaway. More than likely, over those past 4 years, when we had millions crossing the border unabated. This is what we get in our communities. What happens at the border does not stay at the border. And then we have Lin Lee, an illegal alien from China. This individual is charged with child neglect and endangerment. Let me say that again, child neglect and endangerment and prostitution. An illegal alien walking the streets of Minneapolis. Now, we just talked children yesterday a little bit. Let's talk a little more since we've got an illegal alien we just took off the streets of Minneapolis that was someone engaged in child neglect and endangerment. Here in the U.S. Border Patrol, I will say unequivocally that we are experts in dealing with children. Let me say that again, experts in dealing with children. Not because we want to be, but because we have to be. Over those past 4 years, hundreds of thousands of children are trafficked across that border. Guess who they came into contact with? Sometimes who was the very first law enforcement agency or American citizen that they saw? U.S. Border Patrol, followed by our counterparts at Immigration and Customs Enforcement. We're definitely the experts at dealing with children, unfortunately. Hundreds of thousands under that last administration. Not to mention the 300,000 lost children, 300,000 plus lost children are trafficked across that border. Now, when we've got the news media talking about children, I'd certainly love to hear more reporting on the 300,000 lost children. How about the 14 that we recovered at that pot farm a few months ago in Camarillo, California? The 14 lost children trafficked across the border that were found working illegally on a pot farm in California. Very little reporting from the Minneapolis news media here. I didn't really hear much from you guys. And then some of the more heinous crimes against children that are trafficked across the border that ICE and Border Patrol saw daily back when that border was out of control over those past 4 years. I'll detail one for you, folks, that's truly heinous. Border Patrol agents there in the El Centro sector encountered a young child, was approximately 3 years of age. The child appeared to be drugged, not with his parents, with strangers. Agents managed to wake the child up after doing what is known as a sternum rub, which is a technique to wake someone up that may be induced by drugs. As the child woke up, we understood the child's parents were not with him. And medical examination found that this child had non-surgical sutures in his abdomen. Let me say that again. Non-surgical sutures in the child's abdomen. He was being trafficked across the border in that condition. That's not an isolated event with U.S. Border Patrol or ICE. We saw that many, many times. Drug children coming across the border, and guess what? Other than a couple of news outlets, I believe the News Nation and Fox reported, nobody else did. Nothing on a child with non-surgical sutures in his abdomen, and nobody knows why. Now, the 5-year-old yesterday, some of you had questions on the 5-year-old yesterday. That 5-year-old remains with his family. Say again, remains with his family. We know that. That false media narrative that was pushed out yesterday it was false. Remains with his family. But let's talk about who doesn't remain with their family. And I think this is the most important thing that we're talking about with children. How about our victim of the day? a victim at the hands of illegal aliens. Any criminals that we are taking off the streets that you see on these screens behind us. This victim was Rachel Morin. She left behind 5 children. Let me say that again. She left behind 5 children after she was killed by an illegal alien from Central America. He decided to murder her and hide her body in a culvert. Now, wait a second. That was after he raped her. She's separated permanently from her 5 children. Let me say that again. Separated permanently from her 5 children. Why isn't that reported on? Very little reporting in the local news media or the news media on those types of situations. Now, I would call this the DSP syndrome. That's a term that I made up. I'm not a medical doctor. I'm a Border Patrol agent. It's called the double standard phenomenon. Say that again. The DSP is the double standard phenomenon. We see this quite often, the DSP. American citizens that are arrested daily here in Minneapolis. Are they separated from their children and families? Absolutely, as they should be. Criminals face consequences. Criminals face consequences. But yet that double standard does not seem to apply to illegal aliens. Why is that? Perhaps someone could detail that for me, because I don't quite understand all the parameters involved in the DSP, the double standard phenomenon. So, as we continue this mission here in Minneapolis, we will continue to take these bad people, bad things off the street, despite the DSP, the double standard phenomenon, despite the false narrative reporting by many news media outlets. We will continue unabated in our mission to ensure there are no more Rachel Morins separated from her 5 children. And I'll close by saying victims rights organizations. What about the angel moms? That one's one that's never reported on. How many victims do you need before an organization like that pops up? It's not 1 or 2, I can guarantee you that. Look at MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, from back in the 80s and 90s. That organization popped up because a lot of children were getting killed by drunk driving. Well, what about the angel moms now? How many victims of illegal aliens that should not be here in the United States are causing family separation for American citizens? It's not reported on by most news media outlets. How many does it take? I'd like to ask, PBS or CNN or any of the other outlets, how many does it take? I'd love that question. That's another phenomenon. I would love that question. But the fact of the matter is, a lot of them, unfortunately, very heartbreaking to meet them, although they're not reported on. So that's heartbreaking. But we're here to ensure there are no more incidents. We don't want more incidents. That's why Marcus and I are here. U.S. Border Patrol Iceland, allied law enforcement. They're going to take us in, these criminal aliens off the streets that you see behind us that are criminals this morning. We're going to take them off the street wholesale. They don't. We won't quit. Thank you for your time this morning. I'll introduce Mr. Marcus Charles. Marcus?
Good morning. Thanks, Commander Bovino. Thank you all for being here to get the real facts.
Heard President Bovino, the Border Patrol Commander, give his sense of what's going on. I said Alvarez, we've been amazing coverage of all of this for us for a long time. Give us your reaction to what you just heard.
Well, what we're hearing is what the administration's narrative and statements have been over the course of the last year. That being that their focus is on those with criminal records for national security, the public safety threats, and anyone else who is also undocumented in the United States. As you heard there from the top Border Patrol official, Gregory Bovino, also talking about those who have been victims of crimes by undocumented immigrants, which we have covered here extensively. Laken Riley being one of the ones that we've worked with coverage on. But what's also been true is that there are people here who are going through a process who have also been picked up, as we've seen here with the case of the 5-year-old and the father. So, and,
Actually,
yeah.
listen in, you talk about that, let's listen in, because this ICE official is talking about that.
While other officers apprehended his father. After conducting the arrest, my officers stayed with the child. They cared for him, took him to get something to eat from a drive-through restaurant, and spent hours ensuring he was taken care of. Again, my officers did that, not his father. My officers did everything they could to reunite him with his family. Tragically, when we approached the door of his residence, the people inside refused to take him in and open the door. Let me say it again. They saw the young boy and they refused to open the door and take him back. This is the human side of the job that my officers do. They are family men and women. They have children of their own. They sacrifice everything for their families. I know for a fact that they were heartbroken to see the child's own family leave him behind. Fortunately, Conejo Arias eventually requested that his child stay with them. We do everything in our power not to separate families. So they took him back together to Minneapolis, here to the city, to the ICE facility for processing, and now they are being well cared for at a family residential center, pending their immigration proceedings. This is the real face of ICE, ERO, Border Patrol, and our allied partner. The media doesn't know our officers, we do. My officers do the right thing no matter how difficult or how long it takes throughout the day. Let me debunk a couple more lies. When Conejo Arias was not walking in school with his child, and we did not target the child. Arias fled from law enforcement officers and left his child behind. We will enforce the law as it's written, but we will go above and beyond to reunite families. That is the point. I also want to clarify the recent arrest of the ringleaders of the city's church riot. Federal law protects the freedom of religion and the right to worship without interference. What these agitators did was not a peaceful protest. They rioted at church services. They screamed and harassed children. They denied Minnesotans the ability to worship peacefully. Again, this was not a peaceful protest. You don't go in front of a child and yell at them. That is not a peaceful protest. Been in law enforcement for 33 years now, and this is the first time I've ever seen a protest in a church where they're harassing individuals trying to peacefully worship. It's serving to know that these individuals will target sacred spaces and viciously harass innocent families. Sacred spaces must be respected. Constitutes ongoing investigations, prosecutions. I can say that ICE, DHS, and the Department of Justice are wholly committed to maintaining public safety and the rule of law. That is why we are here today. I am calling on everyone, politicians, the media, and activists, to put an end to the dangerous, irresponsible rhetoric once and for all. You are pitting communities against federal law enforcement, and you are pitting neighbor against neighbor in Minnesota. This is why I'm up here almost every day to show you the good work my officers are doing. This is the same reason that Chief Bovino is up here every day. The public needs to know about the dangerous criminal illegal aliens who are arrested. We need to see the faces of the monsters that these agitators are trying to protect. Yesterday, we arrested the following individuals. Jose Ocampo Leon, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico, convicted of sexual conduct with a child under 16. And also up on these. Gerardo Sanchez Pequeña, a criminal illegal alien convicted of drug trafficking. Salvador Salazar Rivera, criminal illegal alien from Mexico, convicted of violent domestic assault that inflicted bodily injury on his spouse. These are not the people that you want living next door to you. Rudy Pineda Aguilar, a criminal illegal alien from Guatemala convicted of criminal sexual conduct. Not the people you want living by your school. Finally, Jeffrey Ramon Rabanales, a criminal illegal alien from Guatemala convicted of assault, domestic assault, and damage to property. These are the people that those protesters and agitators are trying to protect. Moments ago, a group of agitators, a U-Haul van filled with shields. All right. Shields and gear decided to come over here to the Whipple building and block traffic. They're currently trying to impede us from getting out of the building and going to do our mission. I'll tell you right now, they're going to fail. Because no matter what they put up in front of us, we are here to do a job to protect this community, protect Minnesotans, and to keep the criminal legal aliens off the street and put them where they belong, back into detention, and remove them from this country. Thank you guys. Take questions, guys. We're relying on you guys to put that message out. We'll put some slides up for you, so you can get the message out to the public of the good work that our men and women are doing. Sure.
Like we talked about, other people that are being promoted inside of content, but those people get taken out there is certain things.
I will tell you this. We operate through intelligence and targeted enforcement. We're looking for certain individuals. As we're looking for these individuals, if there is somebody that's legally in the country and amenable to removal from this country, we will arrest them. Correct. Correct. Yeah, because every day that they're here, they are committing a crime. They may have been here 20 years, but that means for the last 20 years, they have failed to do it the right way. And every day that they're here, they are here illegally in the United States. Now, we're not targeting those individuals, but we've come across those individuals. In the course of our duties, we will arrest them.
Yesterday, Minnesota Corrections Commissioner Chris Ayers of the inmates being transferred, handed over to federal agents. This was done by the single case where the DOC failed to honor the ICE detainers when someone finishes their in custody state prison term. He also says that you are overcounting the number of non-citizens that are in state custody by 1,000. Wondered if you could address those discrepancies. What Jensen said in the press conference, what the state commissioner of corrections said yesterday.
Yeah, I clarified that yesterday. Saying that the Department of Corrections in the state of Minnesota doesn't cooperate. They hand people over at the end of their sentence, and we take them into custody. The numbers that we put out aren't, when I say the state of Minnesota, I'm not talking about just the Department of Corrections. I'm talking throughout the state, counties, any municipalities that may be holding people.
So he did say that there are about 270 in prison and 94 in county jail, to make 301 total. I believe the numbers you guys were giving were more like 60. So what's the discrepancy?
The discrepancy is that the Department of Corrections and Immigration Customs Enforcement with better databases than we have as far as who are out in custody.
State custody, no, county custody.
And throughout the United States. So the numbers I gave you were for Minnesota, correct? But our stats, our detainers are the ones that we count. We don't go into DOC data and count their data. It's not our data. Our data shows that we have over 1,300 in Minnesota.
5-year-old in Colorado was about quickly on the people. This father has a criminal record, what charges will be arrested on, what's the son's legal status, immigration history. What can you tell us about any ICE interactions with the mother as well as the legal status, immigration history?
That was pretty fast.
Does the father actually have a criminal record? And if so, what charges will be arrested on?
I will have to get back to you with any of this in-depth criminal history, but he was in the United States legally, and I believe it's in order. Yep.
What's the son's legal status and immigration history?
The family came across the family unit illegally a few years back. I can't get the date off the top of my head.
Can you tell us anything about ICE's interactions with the mother as well as her legal status and immigration history?
We have not encountered the mother as of this time.
I'd like to put in matter portions of your remarks or you have reported multiple times in depth quoting DHS's statements saying that the Ramos interviewed with his father in Texas. With that context in mind, we still have people saying that they're outraged at the idea of little kids being held in custody at all. So what are you saying of people and what kinds of conditions are young children being held in?
As far as that family has not been separated, so it goes back. Yes. Yes, with his dad. So that goes back to exactly what I just said. Is many American citizens are separated when they're arrested, say by Minneapolis Police Department or any other police department. They are separated from their children when they're arrested. So take a look at what's happening here with this particular case. They're not being separated. That child is in the least restrictive setting possible. When I say that we're experts, both Border Patrol and ICE, in dealing with immigration cases that involve children, probably the most experienced anywhere in the United States by any domestic law enforcement agency. I know that in my particular Border Patrol sector, that saw thousands of individuals coming across the border during that last administration, including hundreds of children. I remember our agents in the back parking lot playing soccer matches with those children in the back parking lot. I challenge any other law enforcement agency anywhere nationwide to show me the fantastic care that ICE and U.S. Border Patrol provide children. Don't come across the border illegally, especially don't commit crimes, or there will be consequences. And American citizens face it. So, the law is fair and firm.
Another way of looking at that might be that you don't give prison for detaining American children, penalizing them for the actions of their parents. So what's the state of those who are troubled by the contrast? If your child in custody, American kids don't endure that.
Well, I don't think there's a contrast, and the child could be without his parent somewhere, or perhaps in social services care somewhere, and that's what we see oftentimes by children that are trafficked across the border. It's heartbreaking. They're not with any family. They're with social services or Office of Refugee and Resettlement. So the child is in the least restrictive setting with a family member. I don't think it gets any better than that. And as far as the care, the best care that I've seen is ICE, U.S. Border Patrol, and the way we treat those illegal aliens that come across the border. I'll let Marcus talk about the ICE facility and Border Patrol, sir.
So our family residential center, I had the privilege of working in one back in 2015. So I can tell you firsthand, they did top-notch care. They have medical care, the food is good, they have learning services, they have church services available, they have recreation, they have special programs for exceedingly children and the mothers and families that are there. It's better, honestly, it's better than sexual service. So I don't love it. If we send the kids to BSS, we would be way more soft than the parents than in FRC.
Thank you guys.
So there it is, just from my representative from the Border Patrol at the ICE facility.
All right, so a couple things to based off what we know about the family. So they crossed together in December of 2024. They crossed, however, using an app at the time when the CBP one that allowed migrants to make an appointment to legally present at a port of entry to then help the chance to seek asylum in the United States. Now, the Trump administration has criticized that this app ever existed under the president's predecessor, but all the same, in that moment, the state is doing something legally that several thousand other people had done and had signed up to do. Whether you agree with that policy or not, that was the case there. So they did not cross the border illegally, as we have seen in other families where they would cross between ports of entry and presented to border agents. We're still trying to get more clarity on the criminal record. There was a lot of emphasis on undocumented immigrants in the United States with criminal records. We have not found that to be the case with his father. So what remains unclear is why he was targeted, which goes to the bigger question here. So I've covered this for a long time. ICE typically works under some sort of priority set. That means that they are searching for national security risks, for public safety threats. And the administration has said that's their priority, even if they've taken the guidance internally away or off the books. When you are targeting a family, or if you're targeting a father who came as a family to the United States, that is a choice made by law enforcement to arrest that individual and therefore potentially take into custody the rest of the family. And in the past, say under the Obama administration, where there was similarly family detention, that was who they chose not to deem as a priority for arrest. So there are some changes here that are paving the way for a situation like this. Now, yes, the father requested, best to our knowledge, to stay with the son in custody, which is what happens when you go to a family detention facility. But all the same, that son is not with his mother. Again, the Department of Homeland Security says that from what we're hearing from on the ground, there was a lot of fear and tension in that moment about whether the mother should have opened the door, concern about her coming into custody. So this is all quite confusing, perhaps, to folks to see this unfolding to get the answers here. But what we know and what's not disputed is that there has been a decision here by federal immigration authorities to arrest a father who came as a family that we do not know any criminal record of, which does open the door to taking an entire family, including the children, into custody. And what the family attorney has also said is that they came in through a process that was legal. It was purposely set up so that illegal migration would go down. And so they have been in that process. And what we've been trying to get answers on is whether at some point they became undocumented and were here unlawfully. But while you're going through that process, the federal government recognizes it that you are trying to obtain an immigration benefit in the United States and has put things in place like allowing you to work as you go through that process. And that is something that Congress has done. So that is in the books as a federal law.
And if you're applying for asylum in the United States and going through that lengthy process, you are in the U.S. legally, right?
Yeah, and by the way, I do want to know because the Bavino did talk about U.S. Border Patrol and kids and the care kids. There is proof to that. I mean, under the Biden administration, there was a surge of children who arrived at the U.S. Mexico border. I talked to multiple U.S. Border Patrol agents who had to care for children who had no parent with them. So there is truth to that, but that was a different time, right? Now we're talking about plucking families out of the interior where they have a family life that has been set up and they have been taken out of that routine to now be in federal custody.
And so, again, there are things that we don't know, but bottom line is this family, as far as we know, came here and went through the legal process at the time, seeking asylum. We don't know whether that was terminated at some point or not, but if it wasn't, it would mean that other families that were also here going through that same process, seeking asylum.
Yeah, it would mean that you would continue to go, the individual would continue in the family, would go through immigration court. The only person who can order you removed in the United States is an immigration judge. So you have to go before the court at some point and go through the process, and an immigration judge will decide whether or not you can stay here or whether you're deported. In the absence of that, then you are here going through a process. process. And so there are hearings in place that this family will go through for a judge to ultimately make that decision. There have been policy changes that have made this all the more confusing for anyone going through it about whether or not their asylum claim is even eligible anymore. And so that is why we keep coming back to was the application terminated, but it would still be the judge who would decide if they're removable.
Right. Thank you for bringing the very important context and the facts. We appreciate it, Priscilla. I want to bring in now former Homeland Security Executive Secretary Deborah Fleischhager, who worked under the Biden administration. You just heard our conversation. You heard what some top CBP and ICE officials said at that press conference. And I just want to get your reaction, first of all, to what you heard.
Well, thank you for having me on. My first reaction is that a day after we heard the Vice President talk about meeting Minneapolis residents halfway and de-escalating detention, the press conference sounded like more of the same escalating rhetoric, which doesn't seem to help. In particular, in the case of the 5-year-old child and his father, I think there was a lot of misleading information provided there. There were a lot of claims that people should do things the right way. Well, this family did. They appeared at the border of the CBP-1 app. That was a legal pathway available to people at the time. And all evidence points to the fact that they're moving through their asylum hearings and complying with the immigration laws. So, with their immigration obligations. So, it doesn't make sense to me that they were targeted.
What do you say to their argument that we are basically cleaning up the mess from the Biden administration because of all the people who cross the border, including children who are traveling alone? How do you respond?
Well, I believe in immigration enforcement. I believe in targeted, careful immigration enforcement. What we're seeing now isn't that. I believe that ICE should be going after public safety and national security threats. There's no evidence that this father and his child were public safety or national security threats. And I wonder who wasn't picked up because they were focusing on them.
I think that's an important nuance because the polls show that the majority of people want those people who are here illegally and criminal convictions, so forth, off the streets. But clearly it is going beyond that, and a choice is being made to arrest people, in this case, like, or detain, I should say, Liam and his father, who, as far as we know, the father does not have a criminal record, but again, we're still reporting all of this out. We've also seen these images that appear to show federal agents holding protesters on the ground and spraying them in the face with chemical agents. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem says those sorts of chemical agents, we have some video right here, are only used when, quote, there is violence happening. But we see it on the ground being held. I mean, is what you see aligned with the standard training that these agents receive?
It's certainly not aligned with anything I saw while I was listening to law enforcement officers, public safety is paramount, and de-escalation is paramount. And what we're seeing isn't public safety, and it isn't de-escalation. I would also say that people do have a First Amendment right to protest, and that right seems to be being challenged by the department in the way that they are responding.
From what your experience, how well are they trained in understanding people's First Amendment rights and where that line is?
Look, I think the training used to be quite good. There was a very robust training program in Georgia that all new agents went through. There were robust retraining requirements depending on the topic. I think we've seen those training requirements get watered down in the rush to hire new agents. And I think you can tell simply by the fact that they've made the training 47 days in honor of Trump being the 47th president, the lack of seriousness in terms of substantive coverage.
I want to ask you about this memo obtained by the Associated Press authorizing federal immigration officers to use force to enter people's homes without a judge's warrant. It's an administrative warrant. During your time at DHS, which goes back to 2011, are you aware of any other administrative warrant or any guidance issued about the ability to use these administrative warrants? What do you think?
Oh, I mean, that would not have happened. And if it had happened, it would have been handled in a disciplinary. The Constitution is clear. ICE training was very clear that this would be a constitutional violation. They are trying to change the law under our, in front of our faces.
All right, I'm going to play this unit from the press conference in Minneapolis now, where we just heard the ICE official explain how people without criminal records may get swept up in what's happening on the ground. Let's listen.
What about the other people? Are you taking people into custody that don't have criminal past, like we talked about? Are there people that are going through the green card process, the asylum process? Are those people being detained out too during the search?
Yes. We operate through intelligence and targeted enforcement. We are looking for certain individuals. As we are looking for these individuals, if there is somebody that is illegally in the country and amenable to removal from this country, we will arrest them.
What is your reaction to that?
Look, I think the administration is changing law and policy in real time. Of course, ICE targets people, but they're claiming that anybody here without legal status, and even some people who do have legal status, are viable targets. That's not something that we would never have defined those people as enforcement priorities, and they wouldn't have been targeted for enforcement.
And when you say even those here with legal status, are you talking about someone who is going through the proper channels for the asylum process? Is that what you mean, or what specifically do you mean?
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about green card holders. I'm talking about people with temporary protected status. There are lots of people who have legal status in the U.S. who are being targeted currently.
All right, Deborah Fleischkaker, thank you so much for your time, and we'll be right back.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
We know why you've put off your best smile. The time, the cost, the anxiety. That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done, with technology to make care comfortable and flexible hours to fit your life, all at an affordable price. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just $29. Not waiting for tomorrow. That's the Aspen Dental difference. Aspen Dental. It's time to smile again.
Warning. Cough, congestion.
All in one and done. Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better. Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart severe congestion and cough.
With less pain and swelling from active psoriatic arthritis. Imagine being a million miles away. Less joint pain, stiffness, and swelling is possible. Some patients even felt less fatigued. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Your doctor about fire.
President Donald J. Trump has built a strong economy and is revitalizing the American dream. He will go down as the greatest housing president in history.
America was built one home at a time. I believe that. That's why institutions like Fannie Mae matter. Working with banks so lending continues, opportunities stay open, and families aren't locked out because their past was perfect. When banks can say yes, families can move forward. Fannie Mae, protector of the American dream.
With Chewy Pharmacy, save 20% and make every pet a healthy pet. Get quality meds to help with anything. Fleas, allergies, or recoveries, delivered fast. For great prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy Pharmacy.
Got eyelid itching and crusties that won't go away? It could be
Debidex blepharitis, and we're Debidex mites. We love making ourselves comfortable here.
one drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. It's not you, it's Demodex mites.
Who said luxury? Can't let loose. So dive in. Loud. And unforgettable. Here, the water welcomes everyone and says, never miss the moment. Never lose your splat.
Another morning walk. With our mom's osteoporosis, I thought our days would be different. No way! We still get to see each other all the time.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk of fracture, you can rapidly build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity, the only bone builder that also helps slow bone loss. And Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk.
I love the cool stuff we're doing. Yeah, we're still out and about exploring. Yay for building new bone.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness, or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems, as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
See you tomorrow.
It's football only. Right?
Well, new this morning, President Trump says a major convoy of U.S. military ships is heading toward Iran, but that he'd rather not use it to strike the country as it grapples with the recent wave of protests against the regime.
You know, we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going to that direction, and we'll see what happens. It's a big force, but we have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction, and maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
President Trump said Iran's claims that it had called off planned executions of protesters last week, something he said the U.S. is watching very closely.
Well, all right, for more on all of this, I want to get some analysis and bring in Ambassador Richard Haas. He's the President Emeritus of the Council on Foreign Relations. Ambassador, thanks so much for joining us. A U.S.-based group reports nearly 5,000 protesters on the streets of Iran have been killed since anti-government demonstrations began in late December. What do you suspect motivated President Trump's decision now to send this aircraft carrier battle group, this fleet of U.S. warships, towards Iran?
Look, Wolf, as you know better than anyone, it's often hard to discern this president's motives. But the United States, our policy over the law since late December has been a failure with Iran. We encourage people to come out in the street to challenge the regime. The regime's security forces were willing and able to use deadly force. Thousands of people, whether it's 3,000, 5,000, 10,000, got killed. At least for the time being, this regime has reestablished order. So there was a real disconnect between what the United States was talking about and what it was we were prepared to do. So I think the real question going forward is this administration prepared to use force? But if it does, is that likely to bring about the desired result? Towards what end? What's this administration's definition of success in Iran right now? Is it to rein in their nuclear program, missile programs, drone programs? Is it to bring about a more democratic Iran? We haven't heard anything from the administration on that.
Well, we hear from the president repeatedly that the U.S. effectively destroyed the Iranian nuclear program in that so-called 12-day war. Did they?
Look, we obviously set it back fairly dramatically. You can't destroy know-how. That's in people's minds. We don't know where there may have been pieces of the program squirreled away. Lots of places weren't necessarily identified to UN inspectors, weren't known to US or Israeli intelligence. I've got to assume that the Iranians have made a strategic decision. They'd like to see that program rebuilt. I expect there's a few people there who think they never would have been attacked had they had a nuclear program, almost the North Korean model. So yes, we set it back, but that is not a problem that's been taken care of once and for all.
From your perspective, Richard, is this a strategically smart move by the president to send this Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier battle group towards Iran right now into the Persian Gulf? How do you expect Iran will receive and respond to this?
Well, I'm a little bit uneasy with it. Well, but don't get me wrong, I'd love to see regime change in Iran so long as it led to something demonstrably better than what's been in place for nearly half a century. And this is a regime that's in real trouble economically. That said, I'm not sure it's on the edge or cusp of collapse. So I haven't heard anything remotely looking like a strategy. Are we prepared to use force against what kinds of targets? What gives us confidence to believe if we were to hit certain targets, it would have the certain desired political effect? Are we prepared to negotiate? If Iran simply said, we'll give you this access to our nuclear program, what's left of it, or this access to our missile program, are we prepared to do that? As you know, what we ended up doing in Venezuela was incomparably less than regime change. It was a very narrow leadership change. Strong market moment, and I can't sit here and give you a confident analysis of what our objectives are or what our definition of success is.
I want to get to another sensitive issue while I have you. As you know, President Trump unveiled his new Board of Peace yesterday, tasked with overseeing the reconstruction of Gaza. But last night he announced the board was rescinding its invitation to Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney. What do you make of who is and is not on this new Board of Peace?
I think the Canadians might think themselves somewhat fortunate. It's pretty ragtag outfit, let's be blunt about it. Most of America's allies in Europe and Asia are not on it. A lot of countries, smaller countries with limited capacity are. Many of those involved, shall we say, are anything but democracies. So far, Wolf, I got to tell you, the mission of this new outfit is a little bit suspect. They want to move beyond Gaza, but it's not as though they've succeeded in Gaza. It's a strange combination of countries. The United States is chair. Countries seem to have to ante up $1 billion if they're going to be there for a few years. A lot of them aren't in a position to do that. The idea that Russia would be involved, of all countries involved in a peace effort, George Orwell would be proud. So I think there's more questions than answers about what this new group, what it's going to be able to accomplish and what it's going to try to accomplish.
And finally, the very important issue of Greenland. On one hand, President Trump says this new framework deal would allow the U.S. to import whatever we want, whatever we want. Meanwhile, the NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte says U.S. ownership of Greenland, quote, didn't come up during his meeting with President Trump in Davos. How do you interpret all of this?
This is one of the stranger things I've witnessed. Essentially, what we now have is pretty much what we had all along, ever since 1951. The United States has had the ability to have really intimate military and defense relationships on Greenland. Maybe now we'll add a certain economic dimension to develop rare earth minerals. But after all this storm and drama, essentially where we are is where we could have been a few weeks ago if we'd simply dispatched the Secretary of State to carry out some traditional diplomacy. But the real cost of all this is the U.S.-European relationship is seriously damaged. The U.S. reputation, I would argue, in Europe and beyond has been seriously damaged as a result of how we've gone about this.
Good point, Ambassador Richard Haas. As always, thank you so much for joining us. And to our viewers, thank you to you as well for joining us this morning.
Inside Politics with our friend and colleague Dana Bash starts after a short break. Stay safe in the snowstorm, everyone. Have a great weekend.
I am who I am, and I like who I am. Chevy Chase is exciting, sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
I'm not going to let anybody figure me out. I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
Here's to the go-getters. It's not just the ones that get them, but everyone. The birthday party bosses. The midnight marathoners. The hikers, the bikers, and open micers. With 30 grams of protein, tons of delicious flavors, Premier Protein isn't just for those who get after fitness. It's for those who get after life. Premier Protein. Go get 'em.
Ponvory is approved for the treatment of relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis in adults. Ponvory lowers the number of white blood cells, lymphocytes, in your blood. Usually, this will return to normal within 1 to 2 weeks of stopping treatment. Ponvory can increase your risk of serious infections that can be life-threatening and may cause death. Ponvory can cause your heart rate to slow down, especially after you take your first dose. Do not take Ponvory if in the last 6 months you had a heart attack, unstable angina, stroke, or other severe heart conditions, including certain types of abnormal heart rhythm. The most common side effects of Ponvory include upper respiratory tract infection, elevated liver enzymes, and high blood pressure. Starting treatment with Ponvory will begin with the starter pack. Ask your doctor about Ponvory or visit ponvory.com to learn more. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Okay, you got this. It's just a laxative. How scary could it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften for gentle fluids.
Relax. It's Miralax, known for pursuing your passions. No one wants to be known for cancer, but a treatment can be. Keytruda is an immunotherapy known to treat cancer. FDA approved for 18 types of cancer. One of those cancers is early-stage non-small cell lung cancer. Keytruda may be used with certain chemotherapies before surgery when you have early-stage lung cancer, which can be removed by surgery, and then continued alone after surgery to help prevent your lung cancer from coming back.
Keytruda can cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body during or after treatment. This may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain, nausea or vomiting, headache, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion, memory problems, persistent or severe muscle pain or weakness, muscle cramps, fever, rash, itching or flushing. There may be other side effects. Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune or nervous system problems, such as Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, lupus, or myasthenia gravis, or Guillain-Barré syndrome, an organ, tissue, or stem cell transplant, or receive chest radiation. Keytruda can harm your unborn baby. See all the types of cancer Keytruda is known for at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda could be right for you. It's true, Keytruda.
Planning to move? Choose Pods, the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you. Then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Look at pods.com.
Not gonna happen.
That's it. I'm calling Kohler about their walk-in bath.
My name is Ken. How may I help you?
Hi, I'm calling about Kohler's walk-in bath.
Excellent. Happy to help. Hold one moment, please. The Kohler walk-in bath features an extra wide opening and a low step in at 3 inches, which is lower than other walk-in baths on the market. The bath fills and drains quickly, while the heated backrest soothes your back, neck, and shoulders. Kohler is an expert in bathing, so you can count on a deep soaking experience.
Are you seeing this? The Kohler walk-in bath has a fully adjustable hydrotherapy pump and a exclusive bubble splash. Everything installed as little as a day by Kohler certified installer.
And it's made by Kohler, America's leading plumbing brand.
We need this bath. Yes.
Yes, you do.
Call 800-604-3848 to receive $1,000 off your Kohler walk-in bath. And take advantage of no payments until 2027.
An image of a 5-year-old boy hits a nerve and becomes a new symbol of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. I'm Dana Bash. Let's go behind the headlines and inside politics. This is the front of today's Minnesota Star Tribune. It captures the chaos of immigration enforcement and response in Minneapolis and the two photos that are intensifying scrutiny over their targets and tactics. Below, you see a man being sprayed in the face with pepper spray while being held by multiple federal agents. Above, this image. 5-year-old Liam Conejo Ramos, who is now in an ICE facility in Texas with his father after being detained along with his father at their suburban home. Now, moments ago, ICE and Border Patrol officials said Liam's father ran away during the arrest, leaving his child in the car.
Arias fled from law enforcement on foot, abandoning his child in the middle of winter in a vehicle. One of our officers stayed behind with that child while other officers apprehended his father. After conducting the arrest, my officers stayed with the child. They cared for him, took him to get something to eat from a drive-through restaurant, and spent hours ensuring he was taken care of. Again, my officers did that, not his father.
Joined by a terrific group of reporters today, including our own Priscilla Alvarez. Priscilla, you've been doing a lot of reporting, obviously broadly, on what's going on in Minneapolis and elsewhere. But I just want to stay for 1 second specifically on this story, because there are times in events and in crises and in moments where there is an image that it becomes kind of indelible and tells a story of what is going on, whether or not tells the full story or not. So we're trying to piece together the full story of this. Tell us what we actually know so far.
Well, I think what's undisputed is that this photo captured the collateral of immigration enforcement operations. So the department says the father was the target, but the father and the son were ultimately detained together. And now that child, who was at his preschool earlier this week, is at a facility in Texas. Now, as you heard there from a senior ICE official, they described the situation as targeting the father fleeing on foot, a situation where they also approached the door of the home. We have heard from school officials, from the family's lawyer, that the mother was in the household, that she was being told not to open the door over fear that she too was going to be taken into custody. So we're still trying to piece together what happened frame by frame here, because certainly the photo shows that there was a moment in time where that child was surrounded by agents, and there didn't appear to be in those moments another adult in the picture. What's also undisputed, though, is that the father and the son are at this facility in Texas, a facility I've covered extensively, where they have outfitted it to be what they call a residential center. So they have beige trailers where they have a library, a classroom, a gym, and family units are sent there. And that too shows, and my reporting indicates, that this is not an isolated incident. It may be one that the cameras caught, but in fact, over the last year, there have been many families who have been detained in the interior of the United States and held in these facilities. And the reason that's notable is because family detention has existed. In fact, it really started in earnest under the Obama administration. But typically, it was for those families who were crossing the U.S.-Mexico border. They had first gotten here, they were getting processed, maybe released, maybe deported. But in this case, you're plucking families out of their daily routines, the lives they've built here. And in this case, the attorney says they did everything right in terms of the legal process, and then finding themselves in these facilities. And so that is the situation that is the case today, this morning.
Did everything right, meaning, and I know you've been reporting on this is a family that came across the border during the Biden administration using what was the then current policy, which is to come across the border, say you're seeking asylum, and then be released in the interior.
I just want to elaborate on that one point very quickly for viewers. That was a mobile application under the Biden administration where an immigrant made an appointment to go to a port of entry to get sort of the vetting and then be released into the United States. So this family, as far as I understand, never illegally crossed the border.
And that's really key.
To a legal port of entry.
Right. The way that the Trump administration is handling the border is obviously very, very different. But at the time when they came across,
that was the case.
They were following the protocols of the current United States government. Can we just talk about this as a moment, and whether it is a moment, whether things are going to potentially change, whether things are changing already in terms of the psyche of this country?
And I think we've seen from the administration a bit of contrition. We saw that in terms of the president's comments in the White House press briefing room just this week when he spoke about the woman who was killed, protesting ICE's involvement there in Minnesota. He said it was a horrible thing.
We've seen JD Vance, the vice president, acknowledge some mistakes were made. I mean, again, there's not real sense of ownership maybe always over this. Maybe sometimes it's said in passive tense, but nonetheless, there seems to be a slight, ever so slight change in rhetoric. Now, the key question for me, though, is they have admitted mistakes in the past. That doesn't necessarily mean that leads to a change in policy. And I've been very closely covering the story of the college student in Boston. I'm sure many viewers might remember the story over Thanksgiving. She was flying home from Boston to Texas. She was picked up. She's been in Honduras. In her specific case, there was a technical procedural mistake. She was not supposed to be sent out of the country. The government admitted that mistake, but hasn't actually done anything to reverse her deportation.
So let's just look at the numbers here, because they tell the story of how people feel and felt even before we saw the image of this little boy. The question of how ICE is handling its job overall, 63% say that they disapprove, 70% of independents, 79% of people under 30. And Kristen, I get that the administration is trying to say that it is softening. You heard the president say that it is tragic that the woman was killed. He, in the next breath, also said that he understood that her father was a Trump supporter. So, I mean, it's sort of a yeah, but I do want to play one thing, because JD Vance went to Minneapolis yesterday, and he went with the intent, at least we were told, of trying to do that softer. But there were some differences between what he said yesterday and what he said when he came out to the press briefing room on January 7th. Here's one prime example.
You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd.
And then, Kristen, just another example. The White House put on Twitter, Kristi Noem put a tweet of an image out there, which we're going to show you. And then the White House handle, we can put it up, showed an altered post of that same image of the woman crying, which was not actually what happened. So these are some examples of how they're trying to seize back the narrative, but doing so with a little bit of gaslighting.
They've lost the plot, and they think that the Americans have lost the plot. And so what you see when you see President Trump out there doing his own briefing, which, by the way, he was not scheduled to do, is because President Trump thinks that he's the one who can actually deliver the message when it comes to immigration. Sure, we are hearing some kind of softening of rhetoric going back on what they said. That is not changing the way that this administration is looking at ICE. They are still fully backing ICE. It is also not changing the way they are looking at immigration. Look at what President Trump did. Yes, he had a softer language when it came to the woman who was shot multiple times, causing outcry across the country. But when it came to immigration, he held up those mugshots. He talked about what they were doing. He believes that his message isn't getting across. He also believes he won on immigration. He believes he is the strongest messenger, and that people, if they actually understand what ICE is doing, will be come back around to him. But I do want to be very clear about something. Yeah. They don't want these pictures out there. They don't want a picture of a 5-year-old. They don't want somebody getting shot in the head. They don't want to change what they're doing, but they don't want that to be the narrative. They want the narrative to be, look at what we're doing for immigration.
Right, but sorry, what's happening, what we're capturing. And part of the argument that Greg Bobino made this morning is that they are not, it is not the full story. I just wanted to listen to what he said about children that he said have been very much hurt by illegal immigrants, by trafficking them, and by them being treated poorly by those who bring them over illegally.
How about the 14 that we recovered at that pot farm a few months ago in Camarillo, California? The 14 lost children trafficked across the border that were found working illegally on a pot farm in California. Very little reporting from the Minneapolis news media here. I didn't really hear much from you guys.
Now, I just want to say, our Priscilla Alvarez is here. You've done a lot of reporting on the horrible conditions that many children have had to endure when they have been brought illegally, and what happens to some of them when they are here in the United States.
I think it's
it's a tough political angle that the administration is taking right now. We can talk about how J.D. Vance is coming out and talking about mistakes. Even Trump, earlier this week, he had the press conference where he said nice things about Renee Good. He said it was horrible, which is very different from what they said before. You know, before it was domestic terrorism, now they're saying it was horrible. It's a very different tone. But we don't see any shift in their tactics. And until you shift tactics, you're going to continue seeing these images of the 5-year-old boy. You're going to continue seeing these images of the person on the ground being sprayed with that irritant, apparently. And there is no sign from the administration that they're actually shifting tactics. In fact, we're seeing this week a kind of doubling down on this idea that they can go into people's homes without a judicial warrant, which is a major step in favor of a harsher, aggressive tactics. And so it's going to be really interesting to see if they are concerned about this, which seems to be what they're trying to get across. Are they actually going to change things up, or are they kind of committed to this so much and they're just going to try and blame local authorities for not helping them, or agitators for, you know, getting in the way? It's a difficult thing given where the American people are right now.
I think both things can be true, and the American public is seeing that too. You can be arresting people with criminal records and very serious convictions, but when you cast a wide net on the undocumented immigrants, and if you want to reach the mass deportation that the president campaigned on, you're gonna have to include other people, and that is what the American public is consuming.
Very well said. Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere, because coming up, American allies are reeling after a wild week on President Trump's diplomatic roller coaster. Plus, FEMA is halting mass layoffs as it tries to prepare for the crippling storm that's expected to impact more than half the country. Stay with us.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN.
Doug. Imagine if we could tell everyone here that Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance to save people hundreds. People, it's a mascot! Oh, what's this? A fan has run out onto the field and he's not wearing pants.
Bert speed pants?
And the control room censored it. Only pay for what you need.
Dry eye relief with the prescription MyBo drop? Remove contact lenses before using MyBo. Wait at least 30 minutes before putting them back in. Eye redness and blurred vision may occur. Ask about MyBo.
Downey showed this NFL mom a clip about her son.
We need to do something about that. Cameron Tyler, I'm gonna show you how to rinse that odor out.
That smells a lot better. Rinse impossible odors out in one wash.
Okay, you got this. It's just a laxative. How scary could it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften for gentle relief.
Relax. It's Miralax. We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind. For life. We've got our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I needed a website. And GoDaddy Hero uses AI to make a beautiful website so fast it'll blow my customers' noggins while they're shopping for Goggins for their noggins.
A mystery. Jesse loves playing detective.
But the real mystery was your irritated skin. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. It cleans better and doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
And it's gentle on her skin.
Tide Free and Gentle Liquid is EPA Safer Choice certified.
It's got to be Tide.
1 second, Grandma. This guy's gonna buy my car. Okay, you need Carvana. Entering plate number.
No accidents, right?
No.
Generating offer. Carvana can pick it up tomorrow.
That's an amazing offer.
Sell your car the easy way with Carvana.
Speak now or forever hold it. Only took 4-hour cough liquid? Unlike Robitussin DM liquid, Delsum 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of cough relief all day or night. Delsum, cough crisis averted.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
I need help with their snoring.
Sleep Number does that.
Thank you. And now, the more you buy, the more you save on beds, bases, and more. Only at Sleep Number.
Zepbound may help in your weight loss journey. Once weekly, Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. People taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. And there are multiple savings options available, even if you don't have insurance.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
If this is clicking for you, ask your healthcare provider about once weekly Zepbound and check your coverage today at zepbound.com.
Pronamel, clinical enamel strength, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
Unrivaled Season 2 is on. New rivalries, new faces, really competitive brand of basketball. We're fired up.
Unrivaled on TNT Sports, presented by Samsung Galaxy. Lunar Owls Breeze, High Places. Coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30.
The Great White North and the Red, White, and Blue are experiencing some frost, and it's not coming from the winter weather. A Cold War, at least of words, between President Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney kicked off in Davos and only keeps escalating.
We live in an era of great power rivalry. That the rules-based order is fading. That the strong can do what they can and the weak must suffer what they must.
Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but then now they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Canada doesn't live because of the United States. Canada thrives because we are Canadian.
President Trump couldn't let it go and is freezing the Canadian leader out of his newly formed Board of Peace on social media last night. The president rescinded Carney's invitation to join what he called the most prestigious board of leaders ever assembled. My smart panel is back now. Kristen, our colleague, international editor Andrew Roy said this morning, I love the way he put it. He said, the president left Davos and everybody in Europe is looking around saying, what just happened?
Yeah, and I was listening to someone on the radio this morning who is a European official, essentially saying that none of these leaders in Europe and none of our allies really understand President Trump, even though they wish that they did, because they feel like it would be easier to navigate the current situation. But as you said, a lot of them are wondering what happened. Now, I'm not sure if you just mentioned this, but Carney had already said he didn't want to join the Board of Peace. He already declined that invitation, as have a number of our European allies. But I will say, I mean, it does feel this time different when it comes to our European allies. The way that he went about Greenland, the way that he went about his remarks about NATO seems to have alienated them and pushed them in a way we haven't seen before. This actual, as the Slovenian leader said, Europe showed that they have a backbone by not joining the Board of Peace, by walking away from President Trump after this kind of long speech, though, as you say, they didn't quite understand.
Yeah, I mean, just on the NATO front, we talked about this extensively when it was happening in real time this week. The fact that the president said repeatedly that NATO never contributes, that NATO, when the U.S. Is in trouble, NATO wouldn't step in. First of all, that's the only time NATO had to step in to help a fellow NATO country was after 9/11. And second of all, in that war in Afghanistan, a lot of NATO countries had their young people lose their lives in going to war because the U.S. was attacked on its soil.
And we've seen the British Prime Minister already really rebuff those comments. I mean, there certainly are Europeans taking major issue with those remarks that the president made. And look, I think that the big question to me is that we are 1 year into the president's second term, and a lot of people are looking around wondering, okay, well, what is the president's legacy? What is this new world order that he's creating? And to me, the last week was perhaps one of the most edifying, and I know I use that word, people are like, what happened? But it was, I think, very edifying in understanding what Trump wants. And
Is it?
it is, I think, to some degree. You saw it have the Board of Peace.
I'm
It
listening.
is a concentration of power.
Yeah.
And I think what I'm saying is we created the United States right after World War II, helped create the New World Order, which was the United Nations. And now President Trump is saying, no, I don't want that New World Order. I want the Board of Peace, which is largely being created. If you look at through
Well,
what
let's put it up.
Yeah.
Let's put it up, because now I'm picking up what you're putting down.
It is a new world order. I mean, this is, and I think it's being, I mean, long story short, the Board of Peace, for viewers who might not know, it was to some degree actually approved of by the United Nations in November, of course, with that limited vision that it was going to actually be focused on reconstruction in Gaza.
Right.
What it has now become, many would argue, and in fact, we did an episode of this on the podcast today, it is, the European experts are looking at this and saying, well, no, this is actually being created as somewhat of a counter institution to the United Nations to help resolve conflicts with a concentration of power all around President Trump. And to me, that's really instructive in understanding how the president views the world in this moment. What's also worth pointing out, though, is among some of the nations that did not join was China. China didn't join, China doesn't want to be a part of this, and China sees itself as being sort of the great other power in this moment. The one other thing I will say about this week, though, that I think is really interesting is that here you have President Trump saying, this is how I see the world, the Board of Peace. You had some strong words from, the Prime Minister of Canada. Notably, he actually didn't mention President Trump by name once, though, in those remarks. And he talked about middle powers getting together and creating some sort of counterbalance. But what's that actually look like?
Well, I just want to go back to the Board of Peace for a minute, because it's one of the most Trumpian documents I think we've ever seen, and that says something because we've seen a lot of them. Donald J. Trump shall serve as inaugural chairman of the Board of Peace. Executive board will be selected by the chairman. People will be subject to removal by the chairman, veto by the chairman. Additional times the chairman may determine, and it goes on and on and on.
Yeah, I don't think Mark Carney is very sad about this. I mean, we talked about how he'd already kind of said no before they withdrew the invitation. And if you look at the list of countries who are saying yes to this, it is not a list that is heavy on Western Europe.
The fact that Trump is putting himself in charge of everything.
I mean, and that's...
And the others agreed to it.
Think about what you're signing up for if you join that. You're not just forking over possibly $1 billion to kind of what seems like a slush fund that can be used for whatever purposes. Trump is in charge of this in perpetuity. Do you want to deal with Trump after he's out of the White House?
And that's another really important thing. It's not just while he's president.
Exactly. It's afterwards. And so, this is very much another example of Trump using his position of power right now to do something that is going to give him more power in the future, to really convince these countries to get on board with this thing that can allow him to kind of have a seat at the table in the future after his presidency is over. But it's just a bargain that is rubbing a lot of allies the wrong way, just like many of his other actions.
All right, up next, half of the country is facing potentially historic winter storm. More than a dozen states are issuing dire warnings. The forecast and new reporting on FEMA abruptly halting disaster response dismissals after a quick break.
I am who I am, and I like who I am.
Chevy Chase is exciting, sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
I'm not gonna let anybody figure me out.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
Mornings. Cough, congestion.
All in one and done. With Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better. Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart severe congestion and cough.
Hunger is here, and I needed it because my fridge is super empty. It's so easy to just whip together a quick, healthy meal.
Head to hungryroot.com for healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
Bronchiectasis flares can make you loud. So loud, your flares can feel like they take over. And the worst part, flares can cause permanent damage to your lungs. It's time to quiet your bronchiectasis flares by preventing as many as you can. Ask a pulmonologist about a different bronchiectasis treatment option that can help. Learn more at treatbe.com.
mybombs.com and get 20% off your first order.
This is my mom, and she has the best meat pie recipe, and she has not yet given it to me.
That is because you're not ready.
Totally ready.
You're not ready.
Well, we are ready to discuss senior care.
Living alone is not easy, so I've come to terms with that.
The expert advisors and free resources provided by Place for Mom make it easy to find wonderful senior care options right here in our community.
Well, that's very comforting.
Good. Now we can get back to that meat pie recipe.
Oh, you're not ready for that?
President Donald J. Trump has built a strong economy and is revitalizing the American dream. He will go down as the greatest housing president in history.
America was built one home at a time. I believe that. Because the American dream was never just an idea. It was a front door, a set of keys, a place where families built their future. For generations, home ownership meant security, independence, and stability. But today, that dream feels out of reach for too many Americans. Not because they stopped working hard, but because the system stopped working for them. That's why protecting housing matters. Why institutions like Fannie Mae matter. Working with banks so lending doesn't stop, capital keeps moving, and people aren't locked out because their past wasn't perfect. When banks can say yes, families can move forward. The all-new Fannie Mae, protector of the American dream.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind. For life, we've got our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid release gels. Also from Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful pain-fighting ingredients that start working on contact and lasts up to 8 hours.
The most important thing in life is trust. So trust me when I say that out-of-warranty vehicle you're driving could cost you some serious money when it breaks down. That's why you need to call CarShield now. They're America's most trusted auto protection company and have helped drivers save over $1 billion on car repairs. That's why I choose CarShield, and you should too. Trust that.
Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get a price lock guarantee on your low monthly rate.
Trust. The older your vehicle gets, the more likely it'll break down, leaving you stuck with the bill. And with CarShield, they don't stop at just saving money on car repairs. Their plans come with so many money-saving benefits, it's hard to find a reason not to call. Here's the bottom line. I trust CarShield, and you should too. Call right now before your car, truck, or SUV decides to break down. Tell them Ice-T sent you.
Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-785-3059.
I got news for you. New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Right now, one of the most extreme winter storms in years is beginning its trek from Texas to the Northeast. The dire warnings from forecasters and officials across 14 states include phrases like catastrophic ice accumulation, biggest snowfall since Snowmageddon, life-threatening cold. CNN's Allison Chinchar and Gabe Cohen join us to follow the forecast and the disaster response prep. Allison, let me start with you. What's the latest projection?
Right, so we take a look at some of these numbers because they are very impressive. In some areas, they haven't seen this in years. You look at this is just snowfall totals alone, and you can see a wide swath of that pink color indicating at least 8 inches of snow, but some areas could pick up well in excess of a foot of snow by the time this is all said and done. Now, perhaps the more impactful is going to be the ice accumulation, and you have some of these areas that are looking at half an inch to as much as an inch of ice. Keep in mind the weight of the ice alone, especially when it accumulates on things like trees and power lines, becomes too heavy, so those things come down. And this in turn could end up causing some pretty widespread power outages for some of these cities and communities around them as we go through the rest of the weekend. And because of that, you also have a lot of these winter storm impacts. Obviously, yes, power outages, but also travel on the roadways. You have very slick conditions. You also have delays and cancellations that you could be looking at some across some of these airports. Now, here's a look at the system as we really start to get going. It doesn't really look like all that much right now because it's not supposed to ramp up until we get later on into tonight. From there, that's when you start to see more of that pink and purple color begin to appear on the radar, indicating the snow and the ice.
By the time we get to early Saturday morning, you really start to see those two colors expand exponentially as it continues to slide off to the east, impacting states like Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Louisiana. Then you start to see it spread into areas of the Carolinas, Virginia, the mid-Atlantic region once we get into early Sunday. Notice you have this little bit of a swath of green starting to make its way back up, say, towards Nashville and Knoxville. As those temperatures warm midday Sunday, some of it could change back over into rain, but then back over once again into rain and snow and ice as those temperatures cool back down Sunday evening. So for some areas, it's going to be a mix of just about everything over the next 72 hours.
Allison, thank you so much. And Gabe, I know you've got some significant reporting today about FEMA abruptly halting hundreds of disaster worker terminations as the storm approaches.
Yeah, that's right. And look, Dana, the big question right now is obviously, is FEMA ready to respond to a disaster like this? Potentially the biggest storm of Trump's second term. All of that as the Department of Homeland Security, which oversees FEMA, is really deep into this overhaul of the agency that's been playing out over the past year or so. And just this month, they have been terminating almost every FEMA disaster worker whose employment contract is expiring. We are talking about a lot of the folks who would deploy to a disaster like this, and a lot of whom would help then in the long-term recovery to help these communities get back on their feet. Roughly 300 or so of these workers have been ousted from the agency so far this month. It has been causing a lot of confusion and concern across FEMA. But then yesterday, Dana, just hours after Secretary Kristi Noem went to FEMA headquarters, she was briefed on the storm. Suddenly, the Department of Homeland Security and FEMA abruptly halted those terminations, at least for now. We obtained these emails that show that for the time being, at least ahead of this storm, if an employee's contract expires, they are not simply going to be shown the door. And look, based on our reporting, what this is indicative of is that it really appears that this administration is leaning into the use of FEMA for this storm and taking the storm extremely seriously. I obtained these internal documents yesterday that outline FEMA's preparations. They say that FEMA is on the ground and leaning forward, proactively supporting states in the path of this winter storm to ensure a rapid and well-coordinated response. Disasters are best when locally executed, state-managed, and federally supported, a role that we take very seriously. And I can tell you, FEMA has also activated their National Response Coordination Center. They've been deploying teams across the country to several of the areas that are going to be hit hard, from Texas all the way to Pennsylvania and New England. They have been stationing generators, hundreds of thousands of meals, bottles of water. So Dana, clearly they're taking it seriously, but one of the big concerns right now with the amount of staff they've lost over the past year, how is the response going to be potentially diminished? We've heard the concerns. We'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, and that really is key. I mean, your reporting is fascinating about the people who are about to be shown the door will be held on. What about the people who have been cut over the last year in a big, big way, which you've also been doing excellent reporting on. Gabe, thank you so much. Appreciate it. 2 new Democratic governors celebrated their inaugurations this week, and New Jersey's governor, Mikey Sherrill, had a ball. Where else? I told you it was New Jersey, at the mall.
New season. Plenty of reasons to get caught up. We're mature, rational.
Track. Spicy tonight.
Have I got news for you? They're Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
What do you think about T-Mobile Home Internet only being $35 a month?
We need to take your mind off of this. Come check out my new man cave.
T-Mobile's got home internet with $35 a month and guaranteed for 5 years.
Pizza or truck like this is.
Don't worry, they've got John Power Suds. It traps, locks, and removes 99% of grease, so it doesn't get passed from dish to dish.
Cleaned and stacked.
Like ducks in a row. John Power Suds.
There's a Harbor Freight store in your neighborhood. And the thing about neighborhoods, they're not made of places. They're made of people. The kind of people who look out for each other. That's why we make hard-working tools that always work with any pro or DIY budget. You see, we treat neighbors like, well, neighbors. The other thing about neighborhoods, it means we're close by when you need us. Harbor Freight.
Need hair growth?
Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator promotes thicker, fuller, healthier hair in just 3 weeks.
Hair Growth Accelerator is drug-free and contains a clinically studied key ingredient that quickly accelerates hair growth. Find Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator at Walmart today.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, causing irreversible vision loss. But with eye survey, you can ask your doctor about eye survey.
It's GA going slow.
Izervay is the #1 prescribed FDA-approved treatment for new GA patients. Izervay is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression, which may help preserve your vision longer.
It's GA going slow.
Slow your GA. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals.
Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment. It's my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for Weekend Away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms. That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Alka-Seltzer Plus 4 with Flu Fizzy Chews. Chew, fizz. Get better fast. No powder needed on Alka-Seltzer Plus Fizzy Chews.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew who to trust.
I'm not looking for another quick fix.
I want a smile I know will last. Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental implant experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research and a lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
Closed captioning brought to you by Cardia Mobile, makers of the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG.
Check your heart with the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG that provides 6 times more heart data than any smartwatch. Get yours today at cardia.com or Amazon.
Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill were sworn in the past week as governors of Virginia and New Jersey. But the one-time Capitol Hill roommates took different approaches to the president in their first days in charge.
I believe the governor of Virginia and the president of the United States should have a productive relationship built on mutual trust. When federal actions attack and threaten Virginia jobs, I will not hesitate to push back. When federal chaos creates uncertainty for Virginia families, I will work to provide stability. When Washington fails to lead with dignity and respect and follow the rule of law, Virginia will.
We see a president illegally usurping power, unconstitutionally enacting a tariff regime to make billions for himself and his family while everyone else sees their costs go higher. Here, we demand people in public service actually serve the public instead of buying themselves planes and cars and extorting money. My panel is back. It is interesting. I think it tells the tale of somebody who's newly representing a pretty blue state in Mikey Sherrill and somebody who's newly representing a more purplish state in Virginia.
Yeah, I thought Cheryl's, Spanberger's comments were really interesting. She's obviously got a little bit different dynamic because there's lots of federal workers in Virginia. But I thought it was interesting that both of them really kind of went there on talking about the president. You know, sometimes we see these new governors come into office and they want to talk about local issues. They want to keep their head down and do the work and show that they're kind of focused on what's going on in their state. But of course, Donald Trump looms over everything in this country right now. And Democrats kind of, when you elect somebody like Spanberger and Sherrill, you want to see them come in and say something about these issues, especially with something like the ICE enforcement operations taking up so much of the oxygen in the room right now.
Yeah, and both of them, particularly Mike and Sherrill, focused so much during the campaigns last year on affordability and on the economy. But the question, it's such a good point about the fact that you don't always see new governors focus on the president. Well, this might be an example of why. Just look at, this is just the latest poll. This is from the New York Times. It's not unlike CNN's poll that came out last week. His net approval overall is 16. And if you kind of go down the list, it's not great, except for the border, which, he closed, and that's what he said he was going to do. But immigration more broadly, like what we were talking about earlier, is not great. But look at the cost of living. He's underwater almost 30 points on that. And yet, we have some new reporting, just staying on Democrats, from Sarah Ferris and Annie Grayer, a great piece on CNN.com, talking about how Democrats in this election year, midterm year, are trying to capitalize on that. If they take one or both chambers in the midterms, they'll have newfound oversight powers and the ability to make Trump's life miserable. But they'll also face critical decisions about how to keep the government running, how to try to get things done with a man they despise and distrust. 10 years after he was first elected president and 1 year into his second term, Democrats still face deep ideological divisions about their party's broader identity beyond being a foil for the president.
Yeah, I think when we talk about affordability and we talk about the cost of living and particularly President Trump's very low approval rating, and they seem to be declining every day, the thing that Democrats will have to remember to do is to link him to those issues. And what we've seen in the past is instead they just focus on the man. And when you're out there in the middle of the country talking to people, enough people already don't like him, but they still voted for him because they voted for him hoping that they would increase the affordability crisis would go away that they thought was going on. But they need to focus on linking him to these issues, not just on him as an individual.
It is a weakness, though, for him. Certainly, I would say that cost of living. I mean, he said it himself. He diagnosed why he won the election shortly after the November 2024 race, and he said, I won because of the border and groceries, shorthand for the cost of living. And people don't feel like the latter issue, the cost of living, has improved. I do think it'll be key to see how they're able to connect the dots. I will say, I think going back to even Biden's first midterm, I heard from people out on the campaign trail, key counties, with people were saying they were frustrated. It has been an ongoing issue for a really long time, and I think a lot of voters feel like Biden hasn't been able to improve it, Trump hasn't been able to improve it either.
And it's not just that the results haven't gotten there as far as affordability goes, it's also the lack of focus that the American people are seeing. And I think that's the thing that we kind of undersell right now. There's a CBS News polling that shows 75% of people think Trump is not focused enough on lowering prices. We had a CNN poll last week that showed 64% said that Trump wasn't focused enough. Half of Republicans say he's not focused enough on this issue. And so while he's out here, going to Davos and talking about taking over Greenland, talking about striking Iran, ousting Maduro in Venezuela, all of these things that are very much not focused on affordability for people. If I'm Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill and these Democrats, I think the strategy is very much kind of keep your head down, focus on those affordability issues, and let Trump be his own worst enemy.
Yeah. And as we go to break, despite all of this, this is just another snapshot that we political nerds like to look at, particularly as we go into a midterm election year. It's still pretty close. This is what we call the generic ballot. Democrats 48, Republicans 43. It's pretty close to the margin of error there. Up next, America's most senior Catholic leaders are issuing a scathing warning about the Trump administration's foreign policy, and that includes my next guest, the Archbishop of Chicago.
This is something no one would have expected even a few months ago.
There's new drama here on Capitol Hill tonight.
I think a lot of women right now ask that question.
Are you Marsha?
I am. I am.
Thanks for meeting me here. Usually not an interweb dating guy. barely ever use this phone computer, unless it's to bundle my insurance, liberty bibbity.
Oh, same. I hate this thing, but it's true. You can save hundreds bundling with Biberty.
Bibbity?
Biberty?
Bibbity.
Biberty.
Are you hungry?
Mm-hmm.
Let's get some lasagna.
And some canoes.
Only pay for what you need.
I thought it was just a fatty liver, but it's actually MASH. It's serious. It's scarring my liver, and it requires more than losing weight.
Restream is made for MASH with moderate to advanced liver scarring without cirrhosis, along with diet and exercise. It has accelerated FDA approval. Studies are ongoing to confirm benefit. Only Restream works directly in the liver. It helps reduce MASH and liver scarring.
Before taking, tell your doctor about liver or gallbladder problems, or if you're pregnant, breastfeeding, or plan to be. Serious side effects include liver injury, gallstones, gallbladder, pancreas inflammation. Stop taking and call your doctor about tiredness, nausea, vomiting, fever, rash, yellowing of your skin or eyes, stomach pain. Tell your doctor if taking gemfibrozil, cyclosporin, clopidogrel, or statins. Side effects include diarrhea, itching, dizziness, constipation.
Restream made a difference for me.
Ask your liver specialist for Restream.
Hey, vacation next week, Lisa. 5 days. Nice. Big win for your alma mater. Thanks. Congrats. How old are you? Go stay. Dad, a little behind on mandatory training. It's getting done, pal.
How does he know everything?
I wonder, how long has Pat Brown worked here? Pat, 7 years next month. Thanks for the hard work.
I want Paycom's command-driven AI. Fanapt iloperidone is approved for adults with bipolar 1 disorder with acute, mixed, or manic episodes. Unlike some drugs for bipolar 1 disorder, nausea, vomiting, and restlessness are not common with Fanapt. Fanapt may be associated with serious side effects. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis treated with antipsychotics are at increased risk of stroke or death. Fanapt is not approved for elderly with dementia-related psychosis. Fanapt prolongs the QT interval and may be associated with abnormal heart rhythm or sudden death. In 5% or more of people in clinical trials, heart rate increases, dizziness, hypotension, weight gain, dry mouth, stuffy nose, sleepiness, and increases in liver enzymes have been observed. These are not all the side effects. Talk to your prescriber and learn more at fanapt.com. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
You've worked hard for your home. At Finance of America, we believe you deserve to let your home work for you.
We've invested in our home. We've worked on it. We had a whole lot of equity just sitting there.
For over 2 decades, Finance of America has helped homeowners 55 and up find a better way to unlock home equity with our personalized range of reverse mortgage options for almost anything you might need.
Just eliminate the mortgage payment, freeing up a lot of cash for us.
You deserve to use your home equity your way. That's why FOA has a range of loan options that go up to $4 million, so you can do your home renovations, supplement your cash flow, or take care of unexpected medical expenses and still live in your home.
The fact that we're still in this home means so much.
Call 800-775-9313 or go to FOA.com right now. Because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA, Finance of America.
I'm Nick Robertson in Newton, Greenland, and this is CNN.
America's 3 most senior archbishops are taking aim at the Trump administration's foreign policy. Cardinals Blaise Cupich of Chicago, Robert McElroy of Washington, and Joseph Tobin of Newark issued a statement this week that said in part, in 2026, the United States has entered into the most profound and searing debate about the moral foundation for America's actions in the world since the end of the Cold War. The events in Venezuela, Ukraine, and Greenland have raised basic questions about the use of military force and the meaning of peace. I spoke with Cardinal Cupich, Archbishop of Chicago earlier this week for our Have a Little Faith segment. Thank you so much for being here. It really is a remarkable and historic statement. Why did you feel it was so needed right now?
Well, the 3 of us were at the meeting of the Cardinals
January 7 and 8, and we heard from a good number of cardinals from around the world a sense of alarm about the breakdown of the consensus that we've had in world politics since the Second World War. A consensus that involved pursuit of world peace, respect for the territorial integrity of countries, and also the ability to make sure that we settle our differences in a peaceful way. But secondly, right after our meeting on the 9th, the Holy Father, Pope Leo, addressed the diplomatic corps in the Vatican and gave us a framework to talk about the issues that prompted that statement that we made.
Yeah, and his framework talked about the worry about weakness of multilateralism and a zeal for war is spreading. Look, you don't say President Trump's name in this, but your 3 U.S. cardinals clearly issuing a warning about his policies. It's pretty thinly veiled.
We wanted to make sure that we broaden the discussion within the American citizenship, that we help people understand how they should begin thinking and talking about these issues. It wasn't directed at an individual simply because we thought that could be a distraction. We wanted to speak convincingly to people about what principles of moral conduct were needed as we pursue foreign relations.
You, the President of the United States is not a Catholic, but the Vice President is, as you well know. I'm wondering if you got any response from either the Vice President's office or really anybody else in the administration.
I have not personally. Can't speak for the other two. The person who's closest would be Cardinal McElroy in Washington, but I have not.
If you could give a message directly to the Vice President, who obviously is a man of deep faith, what would it be?
I would say this to all elected officials. Let's make sure that we understand that peace is a great gift we should not squander. It should be the priority that we pursue rather than dominance over another nation because of military force or the request, the decision to dominate over another country. We have a consensus since the Second World War about how we settle differences, but also how we respect integrity of other nations. The same message would go to leaders in other countries that don't respect the integrity of another country. We're talking about Ukraine, as well as Venezuela, of course, and as we said, Greenland. That message is for all leaders throughout the world.
You are the Archbishop of Chicago. Pope Leo, of course, famously is from the great city of Chicago, the Windy City, and I know the two of you know each other quite well. He's relatively new in his position as pontiff. How do you sort of see the way that he is navigating, not just being the leader of Catholics around the world, but as an American in this particular time, given what is happening in the country of his birth?
Well, I think that whoever was elected pope would have the same message that Leo did. And so it is simply because it's rooted in what we believe and what our Catholic social teaching is about. There is an advantage, however, that he is an American and speaks like an American. And he is addressed in the diplomatic corps was in English. I think that gives him a more ample hearing in this country. As we hear someone who speaks like an American, speaks like a Chicagoan. I think that is to his advantage as this same message is being proclaimed.
What's your message to Americans who may be struggling with their faith during some pretty turbulent and divisive times right now?
That America is a great country simply because people take responsibility for the future. And that very hopeful approach has always been to our benefit. So let's make sure that we take responsibility for our calling as to be faithful to the principles of democracy in our own faith traditions. We will move forward to the benefit of the country if we take our responsibility as citizens seriously.
Cardinal Blaise Cupich, the Archbishop of Chicago, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Anna. Good to see you again.
Thank you for joining Inside Politics. Please tune in this Sunday to State of the Union. Among my guests is New Jersey Governor, new Governor, Mikey Sherrill. That is 9 a.m., 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on CNN. CNN News Central starts after a quick break.
Oh, a suggestion box.
Yeah, CNN put it in last night.
I've been stuffing it full of pieces of paper that say, make more episodes of Have I Got News for You. Think it'll work?
There's no way to know.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN.
With fast signs, signage that gets you noticed turns hot lots into homes. Fast signs, make your statement.
This is Bombas. They took socks and asked, what if they could be way more comfortable? What if comfort could be for everyone? At Bombas, one purchased equals one donated. Get 20% off your first order at bombas.com.
How we do.
We are living with AFib, and over 500,000 of us have left blood thinners behind. For life, we've cut our stroke risk and said goodbye to our bleeding worry with the Watchman implant. Watchman, it's one time for a lifetime.
Total Beats, America's best-selling Beats brand, is available at Walmart. Total Beats blood pressure support soft chews contain a key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 2 times better blood pressure support. Take control of your health. Head to Walmart and get Total Beats blood pressure support soft chews today.
Bipolar 1 can overwhelm your mind. Sometimes depressive lows and unpredictable highs can make it hard to get out of your head. Finding relief may help you break through. Ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms.
Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, sleepiness, nausea, vomiting, and indigestion are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks.
Vraylar, breaking through to relief. Ask about Vraylar.
Got eyelid itching and crusties that won't go away? It could be
Demodex blepharitis. And we're Demodex mites, but we love making ourselves comfortable here.
with 1 drop in each eye twice a day, you can kill the mites in just 6 weeks. Don't touch the tip of the bottle to your eye or any surface to minimize contamination. Wait 15 minutes before inserting contact lenses. The most common side effects are stinging and burning in 1 out of 10 patients. It's not you, it's Demodex mites.
As a neurologist, my patients are often concerned with age-related memory decline. I recommend Qunol Brain Health with 2 powerful, high-absorption ingredients clinically shown to improve memory, focus, attention, and more. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid relief at 4 weeks. Many people experienced remission at 1 and even 2 years. Some saw 100% visible healing of their intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Tremfya now offers self-administration from the start.
Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
There Is live, streaming Thursday night at 9:15 at cnn.com/allthereis.
Closed captioning brought to you by mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
2,000 miles of snow and ice, one of the most extreme winter storms to hit the nation in years, now starting to be felt. This monster system packing a historic impact that has been felt by hundreds of millions of Americans. And ice denial. A top official says agents did not target a 5-year-old taken into custody, but that's not what a school is saying. We're following the latest developments in this case and a step forward in talks aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. The Kremlin and the U.S. joining the first known trilateral negotiations. So could this actually help resolve what we're told is the one issue no one can agree on? We're following these major developing stories and many more, all coming in right here to CNN News Central. Bracing for impact. Right now, half of the country is about to face one of the most crippling winter storms we have seen in years. More than 230 million Americans across some 20 states are on alert for what is being labeled a potentially catastrophic storm, and it's a triple threat. You've got heavy snow, ice, and of course those bitterly cold temperatures. Places like Louisville, Kentucky, they could see 18 inches of snow. That has not happened in more than 25 years. By this weekend, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, New York City, all set to get walloped as well. The biggest threat, however, is likely the ice, and that threat is impacting states from Texas on into the Carolinas. This could impact travel. It could impact power, potentially for days. 14 states, at least at this hour, are now under states of emergency. CNN meteorologist Allison Chinchar is tracking this, the timing, Allison, and the dangers. Where do things stand with these most recent models? Right, so let's take a look at where the storm is now. It doesn't really look like all that much on radar because it's still kind of getting its act together and forming. But we're already starting to see some of the rain showers begin to slide into portions of Texas, and it's really going to ramp up as we head into the evening hours. So we take a look tonight around 6 p.m. Eastern time. You already start to see some of that pink and purple color starting to form in places like Oklahoma and Texas, indicating the snow and the change over into some freezing rain. By the time we push forward into Saturday morning, notice not only does it push eastward, but you also start to notice a lot more pink and purple on the map, indicating the expansion of both of those winter elements. You're talking states like Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, even down as far south as Louisiana, looking to get some freezing rain out of this. By the time we get to the latter portion of Saturday and into early Sunday, now the focus becomes more the mid-Atlantic, the Carolinas, down into Georgia. You will notice this area of yellow here in green, meaning the temperatures on Sunday are expected to warm back up enough that some folks may transition back to rain before going back to snow and ice again when the temperatures fall on Sunday night. Sunday night, too, is when we start to see some of those impacts begin to spread into areas of the Northeast, specifically into New England during the overnight hours before the system finally exits early Monday. Now, here's a look at those totals. Yes, there's a lot of pink on this map, indicating widespread totals of at least 8 inches, but some spots could see 12, 15, even 18 inches of snow before it all finally exits this area. But ice, this is going to be quite possibly the biggest impact in terms of what we expect over the next 72 hours. Some of these spots could pick up half an inch to over an inch of ice accumulations. Yes, that obviously causes problems on the roadways, but that kind of accumulation really pulls the weight down on things like trees and power lines. So in turn, we could end up seeing some pretty significant widespread power outages across a lot of these areas you see here. That includes Charlotte, Nashville, Little Rock, even down through Jackson, Mississippi, and even Dallas, Texas. It is really something. It's also these temperatures that I am having a hard time, frankly, wrapping my head around. With the wind chill in some areas, it could feel like minus 50, Allison. It is. It's kind of hard to comprehend a temperature like that. So basically what's happening is the cold Arctic air is really starting to push down into the Midwest. But you also have wind gusts, 20, 30, 35 miles per hour. So that feels like temperature to your body, at least the areas that are not covered. This is what it's going to feel like. minus 43 in Duluth, negative 37 in Green Bay, even Chicago looking at it feels like temperature Saturday morning of minus 24, but it's all that cold air that's going to spread southward and allow some locations that, don't normally see snow and ice to get it because of this incredibly cold air. Here's a look at Sunday morning. Now, some of these numbers do improve a little bit, especially places like Chicago, Indianapolis, and Des Moines, but you still have some spots in the high plains or the upper Midwest that are still looking at those wind chills, negative 30s and even into the negative 40s. But we talked about it. It's spreading. Look at all of these areas you see in that purple or pale blue color indicating the extreme cold alerts. This is why we are going to see ice and snow very far deep into south where you wouldn't normally get to see it. It's also a concern because all of the areas up north where they have the cold air, it's going to stay there, which means in turn, all of that snow that's going to come down and all of that ice that's going to come down, some of these spots, it may not melt or go away for days simply because the temperature is not expected to get back above freezing.
Allison, I really appreciate it. Thank you. We'll, of course, continue to keep an eye on that. We do want to bring you up to speed on these growing tensions in Minnesota at this hour. Top immigration officials are pushing back on claims about the 5-year-old boy who was reportedly taken into custody. So footage from Tuesday's incident shows the boy being led to a vehicle by a federal agent. In a separate photo, which has gotten a lot of attention, the boy appears with an agent standing behind him at a door there. So witnesses have claimed that officials were trying to get the preschooler's mom to come outside and that they were using him as, quote, bait. Here's DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin's response to that earlier today.
This little boy was abandoned by his own father. His own father was being approached by ICE agents when he ran and abandoned the child. Our law enforcement in these frigid temperatures stayed with the child, tried to bring him into custody with the mother who actually would not take the child into custody, which is so sad, so horrific.
So we're also hearing from the top Border Patrol official, Greg Bavino, weighing in.
Here in the U.S. Border Patrol, I will say unequivocally that we are experts in dealing with children. Let me say that again, experts in dealing with children. Not because we want to be, but because we have to be. Over this past 4 years, hundreds of thousands of children are trafficked across that border. Guess who they came into contact with? Sometimes who was the very first law enforcement agency or American citizen that they saw? U.S. Border Patrol.
CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joining us now. Priscilla, let's get down to the basics, right? The facts here. Number one, where is this little boy right now?
So this little boy is at a detention facility in Texas with his father. It is a facility that has been designed to care for families. Briefly, before I want to address what we heard from the top Border Patrol official, Gregory Bavino, because there is truth in that Border Patrol is the front line. There are children crossing the U.S.-Mexico border, and that was the case in surges under the Biden administration, where I talked to agents who had to take care of children. But we're talking about an entirely different situation here because it is children in the interior with their families, and in this case, caught up in an enforcement operation. So what happened over the course of this operation? Well, the Department of Homeland Security says the father was the target. So they were moving in to apprehend the father. There was the father, they say, fled, and the child was left behind by his vehicle. And in the driveway, they approached the home. They tried to, they were also trying to talk to the people in the home. And excuse me, you can tell how this is all very confusing. And what we understand to be the case too is that the mother was in the home and was also being told, don't open the door in the event that she too would be taken into custody. So this is what we heard last night from someone from the school district.
There was ample opportunity to be able to safely hand that child off to adults. And mom was there. She saw out the window and dad was yelling, please do not open the door. Don't open the door.
Are you accusing ICE of using children as bait?
Yes, I mean, it's very clear from the pictures, from the videos, from firsthand accounts. I was there. This is what happened.
So where there appears to be some overlap here is there is a situation described by the Department of Homeland Security and what you heard there, where the mother isn't opening the door, fearful because she's afraid she's going to be brought into custody as well. They have another child there in the house. And the Department of Homeland Security, though, interpreting that and describing it as her refusing the child. So the part that our teams on the ground are still trying to understand better is the father fleeing, because ultimately the father and son were taken into custody together. And what is not disputed at all is that they are at a facility in Texas together.
I know their attorney is speaking out as well. There are a lot of questions about what was in process, what wasn't. They did apply for asylum when they came to the border, as I understand it, in December of 24. Based on what we know in this moment, you talked about the fact that they are together in this facility. They're now in Texas, right? What is that facility like? What does it mean for this family, ultimately, any others who are there?
And also on immigration history, we know they entered the United States through an app that was provided by the Biden administration at the time to legally enter the United States. And once they entered in the United States, continue the process of applying for asylum or another immigration benefit, something that thousands did under President Trump's predecessor. In terms of this facility, this is a facility that, again, has been designed for families. It existed, by the way, under the Obama administration as well. The Trump administration, the first go around, the Biden administration paused family detention. We're seeing it again. This incident is not an isolated one. I have been covering family detention for some time, and there have been other cases of families who have been detained in the interior of the United States, meaning living their lives in the United States, going through their immigration processes, and then plucked out of that and detained at this facility. And that has been particularly difficult for the children, according to court declarations, because they're used to a certain way of life and then it is suddenly uprooted. The children in this facility range from infants to teenagers. They are, again, with their parent or guardian, because this is for family units. And to describe it to you just a little bit more, it does have, for example, like a classroom and a gym. So it's very different than an adult setting would be in immigration detention. But all the same, it has prompted alarm among advocates and attorneys for these families to be placed here when typically this type of facility would be for recent arrivals. So they don't have a life yet in the United States. They might be processed there and then released or deported. But this situation has created one where a lot of families' lives have been uprooted and the children are sort of left trying to piece it together.
Yeah, absolutely. Priscilla, really appreciate it. Thank you. Still ahead here, Portland, Maine, the latest focus now for a large-scale ICE operation. What witnesses say they're seeing on the ground, plus a first for peace talks between Ukraine and Russia. Kyiv, Moscow, the United States all meeting today. What we know about those negotiations. And still ahead here, the city of Philadelphia now suing the Trump administration after a long-standing slavery exhibit is removed. That and much more ahead on CNN News Central.
This is CNN.
There's a Harbor Freight store in your neighborhood. And the thing about neighborhoods, they're not made of places. They're made of people. The kind of people who look out for each other. That's why we make hard-working tools that always work with any pro or DIY budget. You see, we treat neighbors like, well, neighbors. The other thing about neighborhoods, it means we're close by when you need us. Harbor Freight. Seeking. The unsatisfied, emotional, defiant, those who take things personally, seeking exceptional people to do exceptional things, seeking those who won't rest until there's enough of the medicine they make for everyone who needs it.
Here we go again.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is.
Lania, Itty PG, exclusively in theaters January 30th.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything. Like a medical professional. Or a skilled electrician.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, jobs done well.
Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator promotes thicker, fuller, healthier hair in just 3 weeks. Hair Growth Accelerator contains a clinically studied key ingredient that quickly accelerates hair growth and reduces fine lines and wrinkles. Search Amazon now for Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator.
For the acute treatment of migraine with or without aura in adults, Nurtec ODT can provide relief in 2 hours, which can last up to 2 days. Don't take if allergic to Nurtec ODT. Allergic reactions can occur even days after use. Get help right away for trouble breathing, rash, swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or throat. High blood pressure and Raynaud syndrome can occur. Get help for high blood pressure, numbness, coolness, pain, or color changes in fingers and toes. Common side effect is nausea. Ask your doctor about Nurtec ODT.
Boarding. Cough, congestion.
All in one and done with Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better. Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
Febreze. Love your plugins but wish you had more scent control? Meet the Febreze Plug Scent Booster. Enjoy the same 50 days of continuous scent as Febreze Plug, including a cord for flexible placement options and a boost button for extra scent. Febreze Plug Scent Booster.
I like things personalized, like my coffee. So when my doctor prescribed Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis, we personalized my treatment goals. Vyvgart Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle weakness.
It's my treatment. It's my way.
Vyvgart Hytrulo for weekend away Steve.
It's travel ready and can go where I go.
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or diffusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms.
That's treatment my way.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Unrivaled Season 2 is on.
New rivalries, new faces, really competitive brand of basketball.
We're fired up.
Unrivaled on TNT Sports, presented by Samsung Galaxy. Blue Owls Breeze. High places covered begins tomorrow at 7:30.
Right now, the U.S. military is on the move in the Middle East. President Trump says a major convoy of warships is heading toward Iran, noting he'd rather not use it to strike the country. This as Tehran continues its brutal crackdown on a wave of protests against the regime. The president, though, says he's actually not ruling out using this force.
We're watching. We know we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going in that direction, and we'll see what happens. But we have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction, and maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
Well, since the protests began in late December, tens of thousands have been arrested. One U.S.-based rights group says more than 4,600 protesters have been killed. When it comes to the war in Ukraine, this is a first. Trilateral talks, representatives from Russia, Ukraine, and the United States, meeting for the first time since Russia's invasion of Ukraine nearly 4 years ago. The negotiations underway in Abu Dhabi. This, of course, just one day after President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met with Russian President Vladimir Putin for more than 3 hours in Moscow. On the same day, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky was meeting with President Trump at the World Economic Forum in Switzerland. Now, the key issue, territory. The Kremlin, of course, insists that Ukraine's forces must leave the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in the east. Kyiv, meantime, is doubling down. It's not going to hand over its land to Russia. Joining me now, CNN senior White House reporter Kevin Liptak. So, Kevin, in terms of expectations for these talks, what are they?
Frankly, they're fairly limited, and I think it is the format of these talks that is lending so much optimism at the moment. You know, for so long, these two countries have essentially refused to be in the same room. The fact that they are now in the same city in these talks brokered by the United States is something that is lending some optimism here. And remember, President Trump, all the way back in August, said that he thought this trilateral format would be next after he met with Vladimir Putin, but it never essentially materialized. Now, it is this issue of the Eastern Donbass region that will be at the very center of these discussions. Remember, we had heard from American officials that this peace deal was 90% done, but they had 10% to go, and that was what was the huge sticking point. Of course, that sticking point is the question of territory, and we heard from Steve Witkoff, we heard from Volodymyr Zelensky that would be what these two sides would get down to discussing there in Abu Dhabi. Of course, how they are able to resolve those differences remain to be seen, and I think it was notable that Zelensky, after he met with Trump in Davos, came out and said part of what they discussed was getting Ukraine more air defense systems, things like Patriot missile batteries, all an indication that Zelensky himself does not appear to think that this war is ending anytime soon.
All right, Kevin, really appreciate it. Also want to bring in now Wendy Sherman, who served as Deputy Secretary of State under President Joe Biden. Wendy, it's good to have you here. When we look at these talks, as Kevin noted, limited here, but there is some optimism. What do you make of these, the first trilateral talks since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022?
Well, good to be with you this afternoon. I agree with Kevin that it's good that everybody's in the same room together. But I'm not super optimistic that they will resolve this territorial dispute in a way that preserves Ukraine's sovereignty, territorial integrity, and right to make its own choices. You know, because of the way the president has been negotiating. Steve Witkoff, his senior envoy, has been to Moscow 7 times, but has never been to Ukraine. The president meets with Zelensky, but signs no agreement. He keeps putting pressure on Zelensky to cede territory, when in fact this was an illegal and hostile invasion of a sovereign country by Putin. It is good that there was a meeting last night. It is good that the Secretary of the Army, Driscoll, is engaged in these talks because there are issues of security and territory. Of course, we all hope for an end to this. This is perhaps one of the coldest winters on record in Ukraine. People are literally without heat when it's barely 5 degrees centigrade. And that's all because Russia continues and Putin continues to damage the energy sources for Ukraine. People are now freezing to death.
Consistently a target, as we have seen, of Russian strikes. Stepping back for a minute, everything else that is happening in this moment, the splintering amongst NATO allies with the U.S., when you see everything that has unfolded over the last week, that in some ways feels like almost a win for Russia. How do you think it impacts the chances of some sort of an agreement to end this war?
I agree with you. What happened at Davos was quite concerning, to say the very least. As we heard Prime Minister Carney of Canada say, this is not just a transition in the world order, this is a rupture between the United States, Canada, our European allies, and other allies around the world. The quote-unquote Board of Peace of the 25 countries that joined, 11 of them are not allowed to get visas to come to the United States. So what does it say about who's joined this so-called board? And there's also a lot of investigation that should go on about what Trump's families, Steve Witkoff's families, Witkoff himself, Jared Kushner, are going to get out of these negotiations in terms of their own profits, in terms of their own future. Russia has said that those assets should be used either to reconstruct territory that Russia will continue to hold, or should be used for their $1 billion contribution to the Board of Peace, which then, of course, Donald Trump controls. We're very concerned about what, in fact, the families will get out of a better relationship with Russia in terms of investments. So there's a lot of unknowns here, but the really bottom line here, Ukraine has, for 4 years, has fought with resilience, commitment, patriotism, and Europe, the United States should be behind Ukraine. The pressure should be on Putin. We haven't seen the kind of pressure that is necessary.
Wendy Sherman, appreciate your insight. Thank you. A sheriff in Portland, Maine, who's speaking out now following ICE agents after they arrested one of his recruits.
I'm a corrections officer at work in Cumberland County.
Look, we're great with teeth. We're toothbrushes.
But we're not the best with tongues, cheeks, and everything in between.
We need backup. The clinically proven essential oils and Listerine clean every surface of your mouth. For whole mouth health, Listerine. Wash your mouth.
As the tax slayer calculator, I love numbers. So many. $22.99. All it costs to file. Your maximum refund. That's a beauty. Also, my number one. US-based real human support. File by February 8th. Tax slayer. File fearlessly. Speak now or forever hold your. Only took 4-hour cough liquid? Unlike Robitussin DM liquid, Gelsum 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of cough relief all day or night. Gelsum, cough crisis averted.
Thank you for calling the Bombas Comfort Line. Bombas makes slippers, slides, and comfy shoes. And with every purchase, one is donated. Press 1 for comfort, 2 for cozy, 3 for great gifts. Bombas. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
Finally, a platform that thinks like you. The new Power E-Trade Pro gives you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools and charts across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition from the original place to trade online.
Tired of body pain holding you back? Try Aleve for longer lasting pain relief. Unlike Tylenol and Advil, just one dose of Aleve provides up to 12 hours of relief from all types of body pain. Try Aleve.
Still taking yours?
Every day. Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Sometimes my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis gets in my way. But thanks to Skyrizi, I'm free to bare my skin. With Skyrizi, I saw dramatically clearer skin, and many people were 100% plaque-free. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight that may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is everything.
Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Meet Cancelina. She's a credit ripper. She doesn't know that canceling older credit cards when they're paid off can decrease the length of her history. Don't be like Cancelina. Learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit One Bank for what's ahead. Are you listening? Well, let's go.
Greetings, home of America's #1 hit show, On Patrol Live.
Welcome to On Patrol Live. We got more than 50 cameras across the country following law enforcement in real time.
Heart-pounding pursuits,
251A.
Roll.
life-saving rescues, all live.
I can't believe you don't hear what's that TV show On Patrol
On
Live.
Patrol Live, tonight and every Friday and Saturday night, only on Reels Channel 238 and streaming live on Reels Plus.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-802-3500.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
Immigration and Customs Enforcement says it has now made more than 100 arrests in the state of Maine since launching its operation there on Tuesday. DHS says some of those arrests involve the, quote, worst of the worst. We're learning, though, of at least one of the people detained who has now been identified as a corrections officer recruit from Portland, Maine. In fact, the video shared with CNN shows the man say, "I'm a corrections officer," as agents restrain him next to his car. The Cumberland County Sheriff's Office says the recruit has a squeaky clean record.
They pulled the guy from the car, handcuffed him, put him in the car. They all took off, leaving his car with the windows down, the lights on, unsecure, and unoccupied. They left it right on the side of the street. Folks, that's Bush League policing.
We are also learning of a video from a separate incident in Portland, Maine. It's an encounter between agents and an anti-ICE protester. Take a look.
We're allowed to protest. This is a public street.
Have a good day, all right?
Okay, thank you, please.
I command you greeting it.
So the woman who filmed that video, Olivia Oldak, joins me now. Olivia, thanks for joining us. Can you walk us through what you saw in the moments leading up to when you started the recording? What prompted you to start that recording?
Yeah, I was just standing on the corner watching out for ICE agents. That there's been an increased presence in our community, and it all happened pretty fast. The car sped up, slowed down, and was taking the guy in a matter of seconds. I kind of ran across the street before I started recording, and the agents were talking to me and kind of antagonizing me a little bit before I started recording. Yeah, it all happened extremely quickly.
You said they were antagonizing you before you started recording, or do you think their demeanor changed when you started recording?
Not really. I got it a little bit on the beginning of the clip, but they said, one of them said, he was like, "Oh, you were all so pretty." And then when I got closer, he was like, "You're pretty, Jesus." And then so just more so like demeaning and weird, unprofessional.
We've heard from the president repeatedly that the protesters in Minnesota, right, not Maine, but in Minnesota, that they're yelling, they're blowing whistles. We heard a whistle there, ranting or raving, as he says. He has also indicated that some protesters are professionals and are highly trained. What's your response to that?
I mean, it's quite obviously a lie. I mean, I just want to say that this is not a partisan issue. This is a class and economic issue. And right now, immigrants are being used as a scapegoat. I think the rhetoric that we're seeing from this administration is obviously demonizing protesters and anybody who's against what's going on. And just looking back at history, if you look at Richard Nixon's domestic policy chief, like John Eckelman, I think he had an interview in 2016 and talking about the war on drugs that said, did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. And I think that is kind of like history repeating itself here, and that of course they're lying about what's going on here. They're banking off of it. And they're just saying whatever they need to do because they have no convictions. Yeah.
What is your goal in this moment? Is it to stop or in any way obstruct ICE operations? What do you want to see happen when you are there on the street?
I mean, ideally, ICE wouldn't be here in the first place in the way that everything's going on. I think my goal as a protester, I can't speak for everybody, is to just document what's happening. I think we've been seeing so much violence, and I think if you have recordings of it, there might be a likelihood of violence decreasing potentially. I mean, we know that that's not always true. And also using whistles and causing a commotion so other people know to stay inside, don't come out. ICE is taking whoever, they're taking citizens, they're taking people who are well underway the asylum seeking process. So we just want people to stay safe. And also the goal of what I'm doing too, like the communities coming together, donating to local organizations would be a really great thing to do if folks do want to help without doing that. Maine Solidarity Fund, MaineSolidarity.org. I do encourage people to donate for bail and supporting resources because people are sheltering in place because everybody's terrified. So
Olivia Oldak, appreciate you sharing your perspective. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
as we continue to watch this massive storm, light snow, rainstorms are beginning now as this massive event is really preparing to hit more than half the country. Ice, snow, those bitter temperatures, as you know. We're going to take a closer look at where those impacts are now being felt. Next.
Speak now or forever hold it. Only took 4-hour cough liquid? Unlike Robitussin DM liquid, Delsum 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of cough relief all day or night. Delsum, cough crisis averted.
Being a pro doesn't start under the lights. It starts in the kitchen, where factor chefs move like point guards, reading heat and timing every pass. And dietitians dial in balance, the way coaches fine-tune plays. Because what you put in is what you get out. And what you eat, that's where it starts. Factor, eat like a pro.
With Fast Signs, see the visual possibility in your business. With signs and graphics, you can save anything. Transforming your space begins at our place. Fast Signs, make your statement.
So honestly, we've had trouble with this corner for years. Water, ice seems to come in and rot the wood, and it's just really broken down the windows. I am so excited about these new windows. They are beautiful. I couldn't even open this window before. Now the wood is brand new, no more rotten wood. It's so bright in here. It just lets all the light shine in. It's amazing. Unfortunately, we replaced some windows years ago, and after 5 years, we were just hesitant about using vinyl again. We were not happy with the vinyl, the way it felt. Just opening and closing the window, it just felt a little bit cheap. For Renewal by Andersen, the feel, the look of these, there's really no comparison. The cheapest is not always the best. You do get what you pay for. These windows are made with a material that just lasts longer. It's a better material. The crew today has just been right on point from one window to the next window, working together as a team. And they come in, they cover everything, nothing gets dusty. You hear constant cutting and drilling, but you don't see dust and you don't see dirt. Everything is immaculate. The windows were installed completely in one day. There was nothing to touch up or fix. They were done. You would not believe. It is just like a brand new home.
Before January 31st, buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. Plus, get an additional $45 off each window and door with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Call 1-800-501-1400.
For over 20 years, Finance America has helped homeowners just like you find a better way to unlock their home equity with our range of reverse mortgage options. Because you can access tax-free cash and eliminate your monthly mortgage payments like Ken did.
Just eliminating the mortgage payment freed up a lot of cash for us.
If you're a homeowner 55 and up, you can use the extra cash for budget relief to unexpected costs like medical expenses to home renovations.
We remodeled our condo, paid off our car and credit cards before we retired.
95% of our customers say they would recommend us to a friend.
What is it they do it? It doesn't change your lifestyle, but for the better.
So, do what they did. Call 800-841-8038 today to get your free, no-obligation info kit and speak to a lender you can trust. Because when it comes to unlocking your home equity, there's a better way with FOA, Finance of America. Call today or get your free info kit at FOA.com.
Right now, 230 million Americans, chances are you're one of them, that's about 2/3 of the U.S. population, are preparing to take a hit from one of the worst winter storms we have seen in years. 14 states and the District of Columbia are already under a state of emergency. More than 1,000 flights have been canceled in the United States for Saturday. That number, though, is climbing higher by the hour. CNN's Pete Montine is live for us at Reagan National Airport here in Washington, D.C. So, what is the anticipation, Pete, in terms of how widespread this travel impact will be?
It's going to be big. Today is going to be manageable if you're one of the folks lucky enough, like the folks here at the Terminal 2 North checkpoint on their way out of DCA. Tomorrow going to be much worse, according to airlines, and the cancellations and delays keep going up. The good news here, if you look at the departures board here at National Airport, not a lot of red on the screen, although it's going to change this time tomorrow. And you just check FlightAware, the number has gone up and up. 1,800 flights preemptively canceled by airlines going into tomorrow. That is a huge number. We're talking the worst we have seen so far this year, and probably the worst we have seen in the last few years when it's all said and done. Here's what airlines are doing. They're putting into place what's called travel waivers, meaning that you can book, rebook, or cancel your flight free of charge, no penalty, making it easier for you to sort of get out of one of these places that's going to be impacted by this storm. Southwest Airlines, in fact, just said that it's canceling about 235 flights preemptively tomorrow, suspending operations at about a half dozen different airports from Memphis all the way to Amarillo. Here's what airlines are doing. They're moving airplanes out of places that are going to be hit big time by the storm, and they're bringing in extra workers in terms of folks below the wing. That's baggage workers, people marshaling airplanes because they're going to be out in the cold. Also, they're making sure that de-icing equipment is ready to go. And the airports that we've been hearing from, a lot of places that aren't impacted by snow big time, they are making sure that their plows, their de-icing equipment is ready to go. We just heard from Atlanta, Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. They say they are ready for this in spite of the fact that they do not get big snowstorms like this often. It is the biggest hub for Delta Airlines, one of the biggest airports in terms of traffic volume in the world. It's going to have a big impact, Erica.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Pete, appreciate it. Thank you. We want to take a closer look at one of the images, this one, that in many ways is starting to define what is happening in Minneapolis. The photographer who took this picture is our guest next.
Entertaining is easy when every room has a view. Enter for your chance to win HGTV Dream Home 2026. Brought to you by Wayfair. Every style, every home. Febreze. When you host, your bathroom can feel like a revolving door. Keep things fresh with Febreze Bathroom. It's an outlet-free air freshener that fights odors for 45 days. So even after every flush, you know your bathroom smells amazing.
Speak now or forever hold it. Only took 4-hour cough liquid? Unlike Robitussin DM liquid, Delsum 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of cough relief all day or night. Delsum, cough crisis averted.
Gotta go. I thought it was just a fatty liver, but it's actually MASH. It's serious. It's scarring my liver, and it requires more than losing weight.
Restifra is made for MASH with moderate to advanced liver scarring without cirrhosis, along with diet and exercise. It has accelerated FDA approval. Studies are ongoing to confirm benefit. Only Restifra works directly in the liver. It helps reduce MASH and liver scarring.
Before taking, tell your doctor about liver or gallbladder problems, or if you're pregnant, breastfeeding, or plan to be. Serious side effects include liver injury, gallstones, gallbladder, pancreas inflammation. Stop taking and call your doctor about tiredness, nausea, vomiting, fever, rash, yellowing of your skin or eyes, stomach pain. Tell your doctor if taking Gemfibrozil, cyclosporin, clopidogrel, or statins. Side effects include diarrhea, itching, dizziness, constipation.
Restifra made a difference for me.
Ask your liver specialist for Restifra.
Naturello has organic broccoli, blueberries, and carrots.
Ours has polyethylene glycol.
Vitamin E from sunflowers,
At 40 Lake.
which is another way of saying artificial coloring.
Naturello Whole Food Multivitamins, available on Amazon and Naturello.com.
Thank you for calling the Bombas Comfort Line. Bombas is socks, slippers, tees, and underwear. Press 1 to run in Bombas, 2 to sleep in Bombas, 3 to pet a llama in Bombas. And with every purchase, 1 is donated. Bombas. Visit bombas.com and get 20% off your first order.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Skyrizi.
And now I'm back in the picture. Skyrizi is the only IL-23 inhibitor proven to help achieve remission, meaning few to no symptoms in just 4 weeks for some people. Many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, skin at 4 years. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help visibly repair damage of the intestinal lining. Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
With 4imprint, you get more than promo products. You get the certainty of personal service, design expertise, and unmatched quality to make your moment shine. Visit 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
As teachers, taking care of ourselves is taking care of our students. AG1 gives me a little bit of kickstart to my day, and I know it's full of ingredients that help support my immune system. We are better as teachers when we are feeling healthy and strong, and it is very hard to do that when you're feeling run down. I've got a whole classroom counting on me. I don't want to miss a day.
48% of Americans don't get enough magnesium, which is vital for bone, nerve, and muscle health. I recommend Qdol's magnesium glycinate. It's formulated for high absorption and is gentle on the stomach. Qdol, the brand I trust.
Captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
One of the viral images emerging from the immigration crackdown in Minnesota is the one you see behind me. It shows federal agents pinning a protester to the ground as another agent sprays that person with a chemical irritant. Critics say the photo highlights some of the aggressive tactics federal agents are using in the crackdown. Well, speaking in Minneapolis yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance defended those agents.
One of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job. And frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the job that they do every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there, there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress.
Joining me now is a photographer who took that photo, Richard Song Tatari. Richard, we appreciate you taking the time to join us this afternoon. Can you walk us through what happened in the moments leading up to the moment that you captured in that image when the man is pinned on the ground and being sprayed in the face with that irritant?
Well, thanks for having me. I'd been monitoring a signal earlier that day, and this popped up. So I went to the scene, and apparently 2 teenagers had already been arrested, and the crowd was very amped up. And one of the protesters was perceived to be in the way of the convoy of ICE agents trying to leave. So that agent pushed the bicyclist over, and that really set off the crowd. And in terms of approaching ICE very closely and yelling at them, and ICE feeling threatened, they deployed mace and tear gas. So I was photographing people, protesters being wrestled down to the ground, and this gentleman was one of them. And he was being pinned down by 2 agents. And because I had the photo framed already, this other agent was going around. I do believe in the video, it does show him spraying other protesters, but he happened to spray the one that was photographed. And that's how I captured them.
What was, as that was unfolding around you, I mean, I understand that you're focused on the photo that you're taking in that moment. But were you also able to just have a sense of what the reaction was to the people who were there in that moment as all of this was unfolding?
It was very chaotic. You know, there's been a very organized response from observers who are signal monitoring ICE and trying to prevent what they perceive as abductions and a lot of arrests of citizens who are later released. It's just an escalation of tension that's really has both sides very amped up.
So you talk about both sides being amped up. Part of what we have heard from federal officials, is particularly from the Border Control's Commander at Large, Greg Bavino, he has said that the Minneapolis Police Department has been called in several situations that they haven't responded to help federal agents, is what he was saying. You've covered so many of this. How often do you see local law enforcement on the scene as well?
I haven't seen them as much as obviously during George Floyd, DHS wasn't here. So it's perhaps hardly ever. It's not, I think our mayor is trying to avoid a direct conflict between local PD and ICE. I think when they get involved, it's to redirect traffic or some aspect of crowd control versus trying to regulate the abduction.
And Richard, real quickly before I let you go, what is the response that you've had to that photo from people?
People are outraged that this mace or chemical Erickson was deployed at such close range. I'm no expert, but I'm pretty sure it's not intended to be that way.
Richard Song-Tatari, thank you for taking the time to join us today, and thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you for having me.
There has been a shocking turn of events in the double murder trial of Brendan Banfield, who is now expected to testify in his own defense. Prosecutors accused him of plotting with the family's au pair to kill his wife. These are developments ahead after this quick break.
Alka-Seltzer Plus for flu is choose. Chew, fizz. Feel better fast. No matter needed. Alka-Seltzer Plus fizzy chews. Meet One Track Jack. He's a credit wrecker. He doesn't know that by focusing on one type of credit, he can hurt his score. Don't be like One Track Jack. Learn how to avoid the wreckers at creditwreckers.com. Credit One Bank for what's ahead.
It won't be hard to find someone to fix this. But before I started Angie's List, different story. A lot has changed for us at Angie since then, but the issues facing homeowners are the same. And the solution too, skilled local pros. Get started at Angie.com.
Zepbound may help in your weight loss journey. Once weekly Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
Ask your healthcare provider about once weekly Zepbound and check your coverage today at Zepbound.com.
Watch what happens in here when you file with TaxSlayer. Just $22.99. Credits, tax breaks, deductions, and another happy American gets their maximum refund with 100% accuracy. U.S.-based real human support. File by February 8th for $22.99. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Password 1, 2, 3, 4.
Incorrect password.
Technology, am I right?
We need a new tech lead.
Sponsor your job on Indeed and get matched with quality candidates when you need them most. Visit Indeed.com/hire now.
Nope. You got a rumble in your tumble that you don't want to address.
I don't know.
What are you doing? We need to save What just happened?
I just saved time. By buying a car in Carvana, it was all online. Got pre-qualified instant, great terms. Save time and buy your car in Carvana.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy looking logo.
But GoDaddy Arrow does with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
From stinky diapers to stinky feet, odors can be caused by bacteria that linger in your air. Unlike air fresheners, Lysol Air Sanitizer eliminates odors by killing 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in the air. Scent can't sanitize, Lysol can. Bipolar 1 can overwhelm your mind. Sometimes, depressive lows and unpredictable highs can make it hard to get out of your head. Finding relief may help you break through. Ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms.
Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements that may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, sleepiness, nausea, vomiting, and indigestion are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks.
Vraylar, breaking through to relief. Ask about Vraylar.
Then I realized the more you bundle, the more you save on insurance with Liberty.
Like you're talking my love language.
I've been taking word classes online.
How?
Only pay for what you need.
A major development in the double murder trial of Brendan Banfield. The Virginia man is accused of killing his wife and a stranger, allegedly, so that he could start a new life with the family's au pair. Well, now his attorney says Banfield will take the stand in his own defense. That could actually happen as early as today. The defense is stepping up its case, claiming that investigators manipulated evidence to fit their theory against Banfield. Joining me now is Gene Details as we follow all of these twists and turns for it. So, Gene, we always talk about, full defendant taking a stand. How risky could it be in this case for Banfield to testify and walk us through some of the defense's argument here?
Well, of course, there's always a risk because you have cross-examination, and that is when the prosecutor can really get into what they believe the details in theory is of their case and to show that the defendant is lying, that he's not telling the truth. But the testimony today also has been riveting because the defense is going behind the data on Christine Banfield's phone and Christine Banfield's personal laptop computer. And they are showing that on specific dates that FetLife.com, the central website, was accessed just seconds away from when her personal account was accessed. And I think we have it right here. Here's an example. This is on January 17th when FetLife was actually created. That account, 10:05 p.m., logged into Christine's personal email account, looking at emails. Then at 10:05, same seconds away, Google search on the personal account for FetLife. And then 10:12, so close.
Yesterday,
Christine's personal email
destroyed.
account, and then later on at 10:12, logging into that FetLife account. So they're trying to show right there was not catfishing. There was not luring someone to the house to try to cause them harm, that Christine Banfield was responsible for this. We've got to show the picture in the bathing suit because on that night, January 17th, around 7:20 p.m., Christine Banfield, first time we've ever seen this photo, she took a picture of herself in a bathing suit. She sent that picture to her husband, Brendan, by saying brand new bathing suit. And that is the picture that was ultimately posted on FetLife. Now, here is a summary. The expert today on the stand, someone who used to work for the Department of Justice, the Inspector General's office, who did investigations on the investigations in the federal government. He is on for the defense. Here's how he summarizes his conclusion.
I didn't see anything here that indicated loss of control of the device. I'm not able to say control of the device for the entirety of this period. But I did see inconsistencies in that the usage was not confined just to the accounts related to this investigation. In this case, that would be the suspect alleged Gmail account and the FetLife account. So interspersed with that I saw personal account usage with Miss Banfield's account.
Now, he's still on the stand. Court should reconvene in just about a minute. But of course, there will be cross-examination to try to discredit this witness that has been on for quite a while now for the defense.
And in terms of the prosecution, what evidence is the prosecution saying most clearly supports that theory?
Well, the prosecution is saying that, according to Juliana, who is the au pair that came with her story, saying that we devised a plan when Christine was upstairs asleep. We would get her computer and we would get her laptop, and we created the FetLife account. We lured this escort to the house to Christine's bedroom, but all along we knew we were going to murder him and Christine Banfield, but blame it on him, that this intruder came into the house, and then we would be able to lead our life together.
Wow. All right, Jean, really appreciate it. Thank you. A new hour at CNN News Central starts right now. Snow, ice, and sleet, and a storm that could shut down cities across the country. We are tracking this winter weather. Millions, hundreds of millions of Americans set to be impacted. We have the latest forecast for you moments away. An ICE official says its agents, quote, did not target a 5-year-old who was taken into custody. This despite allegations the child was being used as bait by agents to capture his father. We'll speak with a witness who saw it all unfold, and Denmark's prime minister visiting Greenland with a warning, noting the situation, in his words, is, quote, serious. We are following these major developing stories and many more, all coming in right here to CNN News Central.
We begin with breaking news on a brutal winter storm about to slam into half of the country. Right now, the time to prepare is running out, with more than 230 million Americans in its path. Several states could be hit by feet of snow. We're talking some of the highest snow totals in possibly decades for some areas, but it's the ice that could prove catastrophic here. Life-threatening amounts are in danger of knocking out power for millions and crippling travel. Multiple states of emergency have been declared. Let's go right to meteorologist Chris Warren. And Chris, we've got a live look at Dallas up next to you, where the rain is already starting.
The rain is already starting. The rain is arriving right now ahead of the cold air, but that cold air is moving in. And as you see, some skies in Dallas, because of the clouds associated with the rain, some heavy rain, and eventually, as that cold air drops down from the north, this rain will start to freeze on contact to objects, whether it's streets, sidewalks, your car, power lines, trees. So this is the beginning of what is potentially going to be a historic storm already. Winter storm warning. So expecting high impact event here from New Mexico all the way up to New England. And the bitterly cold, not just bitterly, dangerously cold air is with us right now. Current wind chill international falls 36 degrees below in Duluth. That's what it feels like on your skin. This cold air getting entrenched after the storm moves out. Cold air will be in place. A lot of people, because of the ice, will not have power, will not have a way to their homes. It's going to be extreme cold. Here's the timing. By this evening, we're going to be seeing the changeover from rain to more of an ice situation in Southern Oklahoma, and eventually getting into Dallas after dark tonight, and likely before midnight, and definitely by tomorrow morning. The system spreading the pink, the ice, the purple, the snow into the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast by late Saturday into early Sunday. This is Sunday at 10 o'clock. The snow is going to be coming down big time across parts of New Jersey, New York, and well inland away from the 95 corridor. Does look like there could be a quick changeover to rain late on Sunday. Could kind of make things a little bit slushy where a lot of snow does fall, and a lot of snow is expected to fall. Again, from Oklahoma, where there could be a foot of snow on and off, with a foot of snow for more than about 1,500 miles all the way up to New England. Western Mass, certainly going to see a whole lot of snow, and you're also in that zone around 10 inches, certainly a possibility in New York City. And then the ice. this is where there could be catastrophic damage. So we're talking power outages possibly for days. And again, this happening where there's going to be cold, extreme, dangerous cold. This is another way to look at the threat and kind of the widespread areas where there could be some serious impacts here. The red expecting major impacts and extreme associated with the ice in parts of Mississippi, Tennessee, and even into Georgia and South Carolina. So this is going to be a big deal. It's going to last throughout the weekend with lingering effects into next week.
We'll be watching that. Chris Warren, thank you so much for that preview. Erica?
Turning now to some more of the breaking news out of Minnesota. Hundreds of businesses expected to be closed today as part of a statewide protest against the Trump administration's sweeping immigration crackdown. Organizers are calling for an economic blackout while also urging people to skip work and even stay home from school. All of this as a huge anti-ICE march and rally is getting ready to kick off downtown. Immigration officials, meantime, are pushing back against claims after a 5-year-old boy was taken into custody by federal agents. CNN anchor and senior national correspondent Sarah Seidner is in Minneapolis. So, Sarah, Trump officials are denying that the boy, the 5-year-old, was targeted by ICE. What more are we hearing?
Well, the child may not have been targeted by ICE, but he was certainly detained by ICE at 5 years old with his mother in the home, hearing her husband scream to her, "Please do not open the door," for fear that she too would get detained. And they had a 7-year-old who was on his way home from school. So she is in the house, terrified, the child and his father outside, the father being detained by ICE, the child also eventually getting detained by ICE. There is a lot of distance between what we are hearing from DHS and what ICE agents did there and what witnesses on the ground said. First, I want to let you hear from DHS spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin. Here is how she described what happened there.
This little boy was abandoned by his own father. His own father was being approached by ICE agents when he darted, ran, and abandoned the child. Our law enforcement, in these frigid temperatures, stayed with the child, tried to bring him into custody with the mother, who actually would not take the child into custody, which is so sad, so horrific.
It is unfair to say that the child was abandoned. The mother did want her child. She did not want to open the door because she was afraid of being detained by ICE, leaving both of her children without their parents. That is the fear there. And what we are hearing from witnesses on the ground who were there, including school officials. We spoke to a superintendent who said that there was no chance that that child was going to be left alone in the freezing cold, as Vice President J.D. Vance said. And a member of the school board who was there as this was all happening, here's what she said she saw happen with ICE and this family.
There was ample opportunity to be able to safely hand that child off to adults. And mom was there. She saw out the window and dad was yelling, "Please do not open the door. Don't open the door."
Are you accusing ICE of using children as
Yes, I mean it's very clear from the pictures, from the videos, from firsthand accounts. I was there. This is what happened.
So you heard there from someone on the ground, and they do feel like the children, not just this little boy Liam, but Liam Ramos, but also other children they feel are being used as bait to try and flesh out or other family members who they want to detain. ICE pushing back heavily on this, DHS saying that is absolutely not what they are doing. One thing that is happening here, people are extremely disturbed at the picture of that 5-year-old and what that child must have been going through, hearing his father yelling to his mother, knowing his mother was inside distraught, and him standing outside with masked men taking his father in, as well as eventually himself. There are people who are coming out into the streets very frustrated with what is going on. There are people standing out saying, "We're here to represent some of the immigrants who are refusing to come out of their homes because they are terrified, even though they have legal status, terrified of even going to the grocery store." And that is partly what this rally is about. People here at this rally want ICE to leave the community, not yesterday, not an hour from now, but now. And I think you're going to be hearing that throughout the day at this particular rally. People are marching in the absolutely very, very cold temperatures, potentially deadly temperatures if you're out in it too long. We're talking about -21. That is how low it's going to get today. And that's the temperature alone, not just the wind chill. Erica.
That's an important note. Sarah, really appreciate it. It's good to have you there on the ground. Thank you. So the woman who witnessed that little boy being taken away by ICE is set to join us a little bit later this hour in the show. She'll walk us through more of what she saw in those moments. Also ahead here, more questions than answers when it comes to President Trump's so-called framework for a future deal on Greenland, how the president's Arctic ambitions could have a lasting impact on America's relationship with Europe. And a former Olympian on the FBI's most wanted list arrested, accused of running a major drug trafficking operation for one of Mexico's most notorious cartels. That and much more ahead, right here on CNN News Central.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
Being a pro doesn't start under the lights. It starts in the kitchen, where factory chefs move like point guards, reading heat and timing every pass. And dietitians dial in balance, the way coaches fine-tune plays. Because what you put in is what you get out. And what you eat, that's where it starts. Factor, eat like a pro.
Like a relentless need, moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya, with rapid remission in 12 weeks, and fewer bowel movements and less abdominal pain at 4 weeks. Most patients achieve remission at 1 year, and some patients saw visible healing of the intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya, backed by over 15 years of clinical research. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I paid for.
Sling let you do that.
I like the sound of that. I wish my TV provider let me pause my subscription when I want.
Sling let you do that.
I wish my TV provider let me have hundreds of free channels.
Sling let you do that too, fellow siren.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or pause and watch for free. Sling lets you do that if package required.
Even on an antidepressant, there are days I feel stuck in my head. Depression symptoms, like lack of interest and negative thoughts, can hold me back. I wanted to break through. I asked about Vraylar. Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant significantly reduces overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone.
Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks.
Vraylar, breaking through to relief. Ask about Vraylar.
With fast signs, see the visual possibility in your business. With signs and graphics, you can save anything. Transforming your space begins at our place. Fast signs, make your statement.
Don't let congestion take over. Afrinotrin. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. The wow is real. And now try new drug-free Afrin Saline.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
That A1C jumped from like 6.2 to 9.8. Oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
with Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback. I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
This is something no one would have expected even a few months ago. There's new drama here on Capitol Hill tonight.
You know, I think a lot of women right now ask that question. European Union leaders are presenting a united front today following the upheaval sparked by President Trump at Davos with his threats of taking over Greenland. Denmark's prime minister is in Greenland today discussing details of this framework of a future deal that Trump and the head of NATO spoke about in Switzerland. The president of the European Union, meantime, is stressing the importance of Europe becoming more united and more independent, as Ukraine's president offers this blunt assessment of Europe's current standing on the global stage.
Europe looks lost trying to convince the US president to change. But he will not change. President Trump loves who he is. And he says he loves Europe, but he will not listen to this kind of Europe.
I'm joined now by Leon Panetta, who of course served as a Secretary of Defense and also Director of the CIA under President Obama. Mr. Secretary, always good to talk to you. I'm curious, based on what we just heard there from President Zelensky, what kind of Europe do you think Donald Trump would listen to?
Well, that's the question, and you know, it's hard not to look at the present situation and see over 80 years of foreign policy that Republicans and Democrats have joined together, that the United States and our allies have supported, is being turned on its head. You know, for over 82 years, we worked together, we built alliances, we shared the same values, we stood up for the same principles, and it provided stability. And today, what we see is a lot of chaos, a lot of disruption, and a lot of instability. And I'm just not sure how this all turns out. The hope is that ultimately we can find a negotiated way to resolve these issues, but I'm afraid that the administration has this attitude that if they don't get their way, they're going to continue to basically threaten others with either tariffs or military action of some sort. I'm afraid we are in that kind of period right now, which is very unpredictable.
So in terms of that unpredictability, and also you brought up these threats of tariffs, which we know, I mean, in a lot of ways, the uncertainty stems back to the tariffs from President Trump, but also these threats of military action. A number of different efforts from the president have been linked back to ultimately national security for the United States. Do you see any of these actions on the part of President Trump making the United States more secure?
Well, if the president were willing to really work with others, we could develop a common approach to protecting our security. Right now, Greenland is willing to work with us to develop better security. Canada is willing to do that. Others are willing to do that. And so there is a way to be able to accomplish this without having to threaten, without having to bully, without having to be disruptive. But the real issue is whether the president wants to embrace that. I mean, I assume he would. The reality is others have to hang tough. China hung very tough on the trade issue, and frankly, they were successful. Europe was unified and hung together with regards to the issue of Greenland, and the president has backed off. So the main issue here is going to be whether or not the president continues to challenge these countries or whether he's willing to negotiate. If he wants to do what's in the interest of our national security, he will negotiate an approach, a common approach to better security.
Well, certainly interesting. You mentioned China. It's been fascinating to see, too, just the turn that we've seen from Canada in terms of moving far closer, as we know, to China in just the last week. I do just want to get your take on this point, which has come up today. So we have heard so much from President Trump over a number of years about NATO, as you know, but he is increasingly in the last several days questioning the commitment of NATO's allies to the United States, also claiming they, quote, stayed a little back from the front lines in Afghanistan, which we know is not entirely accurate. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer sharply criticized the president's, in his words, insulting and frankly appalling comments about NATO troops and their involvement in Afghanistan. He also suggested the U.S. president should apologize. What do you make of those comments from Keir Starmer and where we're at right now as the president, in many ways, is trying to rewrite the history of the NATO alliance?
Well, the president obviously either doesn't understand what happened with NATO, or he is just deliberately trying to confuse the situation. I mean, history speaks for itself. I was Secretary of Defense during that period. I worked with NATO that was working with us in Afghanistan. We had a number of countries that were supporting our effort in Afghanistan. We have always believed that NATO and the NATO alliance were critical to our security. NATO responded to 9/11, for goodness sakes, and supported our national security. I think the president has to acknowledge that ultimately NATO has been critical to our security. And when he doesn't, when he criticizes it, when he uses terms that simply are just not true, what he's doing, frankly, is he's hurting his own credibility. That's what worries me in the end. All of this, ultimately, when the president threatens and then backs off time and time again, it hurts the credibility of the United States and frankly makes us look weaker.
Leon Panetta, always appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still ahead here, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi blasting Democrats for voting to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress. Why experts say the Epstein investigation is now putting the party in a bind.
This is something no one would have expected even a few months ago.
There's new drama here on Capitol Hill tonight.
You know, I think a lot of women right now ask that question.
Have you tried these Febreze carbon clips? The intensity dial gives you total control. I can turn it up. That smells good. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
Okay, you got this. It's just a laxative. How scary could it be? You can do it.
It's Miralax. It puts the water in your body to hydrate itself for gentle good.
Relax. It's Miralax.
With fast signs, create custom graphics that get tails and tongues wagging. Fast signs, make your statement.
Bipolar 1 can overwhelm your mind. Sometimes depressive lows and unpredictable highs can make it hard to get out of your head. Finding relief may help you break through. Ask about Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms.
Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, sleepiness, nausea, vomiting, and indigestion are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks.
Vraylar, right just through to relief. Ask about Vraylar.
Boarding.
Digestion. All in one and done. With Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Skyrizi.
And now I'm back in the picture. Skyrizi is the only IL-23 inhibitor proven to help achieve remission, meaning few to no symptoms in just 4 weeks for some people. Many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, even at 4 years. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help visibly repair damage of the intestinal lining.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Now, there's even more to learn about E-Trade. Our cutting-edge platforms help simplify trading stocks, options, and futures. Plus, expert research helps you stay one step ahead. Elevate your trading with E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
At Viasat, we believe every family deserves connection. Satellite internet that's fast, reliable, and installed by professionals. For work, for play, for every day. Internet plans made easy and affordable. Available anywhere you call home. Visit getviasat.com or call 877-VIASAT-7 to sign up today. That's getviasat.com or 877-842-7287. Viasat, internet without limits.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. With so many mesothelioma lawyers on television, how do you choose the right firm for you and your family? Our goal is to get you as much as you deserve. $30 billion was set aside for mesothelioma victims like you. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, we'll come to you within 24 hours so our team can get to work right away. Call us now. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Call 800-802-3500.
Today at 5 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
The Trump administration is denying allegations that federal agents used a 5-year-old boy as bait to capture his father. ICE officials claim the boy's father abandoned him when he saw agents approaching, but school district officials say agents took Liam to the door and directed him to knock in an effort to draw out other members of the family. The image of the preschooler being detained by ICE sparked outrage in Minneapolis. Border Patrol Chief Gregory Bovino says agents were caring for the child.
Here in the U.S. Border Patrol, I will say unequivocally that we are experts in dealing with children. Let me say that again, experts in dealing with children. Not because we want to be, but because we have to be. Over those past 4 years, hundreds of thousands of children were trafficked across that border. Guess who they came into contact with? Sometimes who was the very first law enforcement agency or American citizen that they saw? U.S. Border Patrol.
Joined now by Columbia Heights, Minnesota School Board Chair Mary Grandland. And Mary, you witnessed federal agents detaining 5-year-old Liam. Tell us what you saw.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I was on my way to pick up my own kiddos from school, saw the commotion and pulled over, got out, saw people that I know, a lot of community members there, and a lot of agents. I walked up to people screaming, let the child go, let the child go. And, you know, another adult was in the home that lives in the home was there and said, you know, I can take him. Somebody, I had my badge on my lanyard. One of another community member saw me and said, the school is here, they can take him. We can take him, like we can take him. And they, you know, by that time they put him in the car and had driven off.
It's a tricky situation though, right? Just this idea though, that some other adults might take him, right? There's all kinds of issues that are raised by that. Certainly as community members are concerned and want to do what they feel is right by the child, that raises a whole host of issues. Federal officials say they took the boy with them after the father told officers he wanted the child to remain with him. DHS says the officers, quote, made multiple attempts to get the mother inside the house to take custody of her child. Officers even assured her that they would not take her into custody. She refused to accept custody of the child. That's what they're saying. Did you see that happen?
I can't speak to that because that, if that happened, it happened before I got there.
I sensed you kind of choking up as you were talking, and you said there were a lot of people watching this. This was tough for you to watch. Tell me about that.
I mean, it's, you never think of these things happening in the United States, and certainly not blocks away from your house. In the community that I've raised my family in and that I've lived in for 20 years. It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. And as a parent myself, it's beyond comprehension. Honestly, I don't know what I would do in that situation if that were me. But I do know, I would hope that there were community members who were there trying to support me and my family at that time.
The vice president said yesterday that being a parent doesn't make people immune from the law, essentially. What do you say to that?
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I would say generally, yes. You know, when people were informing, and I was saying, you know, I'm with the school, I was not speaking out of turn in that way. You talked a little bit about looking for safe adults, and that's super important. And one of the things is there are lots of times when over the course of a day, parents can't make it to the bus stop on time because work runs late, or the snow, especially here right now, is coming down and makes it a little bit trickier to get home in time, those sorts of things. We have policies for that in our school district. And that, because that happens. It's not like we were taking custody of the child. It was, we have contacts for the emergency, you know, the emergency contact people. We have a safe place for them that is, you know, familiar to them. We would never leave them with adults that they didn't know in that regard. So that is, you know, that's one of those things that we think about when we're talking about, well, what happens when there is a child that is, you know, not able to be picked up for lots of different reasons. That part is not unusual. That happens.
Yeah, and this is happening with a lot of kids, right? And with the question of where should they go? Where is a safe place? Where's a legal place for them to go? And this is sort of the unique quality of these operations that are bringing up these questions. You are the school board chair. What are you hearing from families in your school district, and how is this affecting the schools?
I mean, it's impacting our schools and families in all sorts of ways. We have children coming to school who don't know if they're going to see their peers the next day, if they don't know if their parents are going to be there when they get home. Are they going to get stopped on their way to school, which has already happened to several of our students, including that morning to a 17-year-old student. And I think a week or two before, to a student who was coming to school with her mom, a fourth grader. So we're focused and we're talking about the impact specifically of Liam. We have multiple children that we don't know, minors, students that we don't know where they are and if they're okay. And honestly, I don't feel like that's a question we should have in the United States and not in our communities. We just want our communities, we want our families to be whole again.
Mary, thank you for joining us. Everyone has seen this video. It's really important to talk to someone who was there. Mary Granlund, thank you.
Thank you.
Right now, much of the U.S. is bracing for what could be a potentially historic winter storm, and Texas knows the dangers all too well. Just years after getting hit by a deadly storm that crippled the state's power grid, we're live in Dallas next.
Ooh, a suggestion box.
Yeah, CNN put it in last night.
I've been stuffing it full of pieces of paper that say, make more episodes of Have I Got News for You. Think it'll work?
There's no way to know.
Have I Got News for You? New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN.
With fast signs, signage that gets you noticed turns hot lots into homes. Fast signs, make your statement.
Mornings. Cough, congestion.
All in one and done. with Mucinex Kickstart.
Oh, headache? Better.
Mucinex gives a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. Also, try new Kickstart Severe Congestion and Cough.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq, a once daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin. Plus, many had clearer skin and less itch, even at 4 years.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CB event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, FB or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Visit bombs.com and get 20% off your first order.
Hey, you got this. It's just a laxative. How scary could it be? You can do hard things.
Honey, relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body to hydrate and soften for gentle relief.
Relax. It's Miralax. This January at Renewal by Anderson, replace your windows, your patio doors, or your entry door, and we're going to give you an amazing opportunity. You ready? Pay nothing, and I mean zero zilch nada, for 12 months. Just to be clear, that's for a whole year. I'm talking about no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest until January of 2027. Get your windows and doors now and take advantage of our pay it down the line financing. And did you know over 60% of all our customers choose to finance? It just makes sense. But hold on, why choose Renewal by Anderson in the first place? Because choosing Renewal by Anderson to replace your windows and doors makes your home worth more. 3 out of 4 realtors surveyed agree that Anderson products increase a home's value by at least 10%. Do the math. I think you're going to be happy. And when you're ready to sell your home, it's possible that your new windows and doors could help pay for themselves by increasing the value of your home. Before January 31st, buy one window or door and get the next one 40% off. Plus, get an additional $45 off each window and door with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. And here at Renewal by Anderson, your local design consultants, measure technicians, certified master installers, and customer service team are all going to give you the best home improvement experience you've ever had. Let us show you colors, styles, and inspiration for your home. Get started by meeting with one of our design consultants by January 31st. Call 1-800-501-1400. That's 1-800-501-1400.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
Texas is expected to be one of the first states to really feel the potentially crippling impacts of this winter storm. More than 100 counties are under a disaster declaration. Crews are mobilizing to protect the state's electrical grid. Next month actually marks 5 years since a deadly ice storm devastated Texas's independent power grid. Nearly 250 people died. Millions of homes and businesses were without power and remained in the dark for days before electricity was fully restored. Tough to forget those moments, certainly for folks in Texas in this moment. CNN senior national correspondent Ed Lavandera is joining us from Dallas. A lot of storm preparation underway. So, Ed, I know the Governor Abbott, has said that the grid is better prepared now this time around. You're there in Dallas. What are you seeing in terms of readiness for this storm?
Right. Well, the governor is saying that the power grid here in the state has never been stronger, and various power grid officials also saying that they do not anticipate any troubles with keeping the power grid online as this Arctic blast and storm starts making its way into the state here. But despite all of that, there still could be people who are left without power because in much of the state, what this storm is going to bring is a blanket of ice widespread across many areas. And that could topple down power lines and trees, obviously wreak havoc here on the roadways. And Erica, what we've seen throughout the day is a lot of these crews pre-positioning material underneath the bridges over here. There are crews with trucks that they've been spraying brine, a mixture of salt and water on the roads to keep that ice from forming as strongly as it's probably going to do despite all of that. They've also got crews ready to mobilize here in the coming hours. And what is expected and anticipated is that this storm isn't really going to start we're not going to start seeing the effects of it until the overnight hours into tomorrow as that sleet and freezing rain starts to accumulate along the roadway. So this is kind of like the final hours here, Erica, and things are moving relatively smoothly. It's been drizzling and raining throughout much of the day, but all of this will eventually start converting to sleet and ice. North of where we are, just north, it's going to be that line where the snow stops falling, and compared to it's not exactly clear where that's going to end up being. Depends on how far south all of this pushes. But in the northern parts of Texas, there could be some snow. But much of us here in central Texas or North Texas and East Texas is going to see ice. Erica?
So you talked about, and the governor has said, the grid is ready, better than it has been in years. You talked about the pre-positioning of some of these trucks. I think that begs the question for a lot of folks. They may be wondering, if we lose power, is the state saying how quickly they think they can have it restored?
Well, it's going to be a while, especially as it's like temperatures won't be back above freezing until probably Monday. So, getting these roadways cleared and being able to get crews out on there. So it could take some time. And that's why I've heard a lot of people kind of talking about be prepared to be hunker down and in your home the rest of this weekend. And real questions about whether or not schools and offices will be closed on Monday as we start coming out of the back end of all of this. Erica.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Ed, appreciate it. Stay safe, my friend. Brianna?
Shifting to the Northeast, that region that could see its biggest snowfall in at least 5 years because of this brutal winter storm. CNN Chief Climate Correspondent Bill Weir is with us. All right, Bill, how does climate play into this?
Well, it is a conundrum, right, for us to wrap our heads around. How can it be this cold on an overheating planet? The science is about a decade old, but the prevailing theory about what is happening right now is that the polar vortex is breaking down. This is this band of super fast air that serves like a belt around the North Pole, holds all this Arctic air up north. But as the ice up north melts, some scientists believe that is affecting the polar vortex, which starts to wobble and brings these fingers of just frigid air down into places like Texas, where we just saw Ed Lavandera there as well. And so the idea that we have to prepare as a country both for these scorching heat waves and also brutal colds. But bottom line, if you look at record high temperatures versus record lows that have been set in recent years, the planet is overheating, but it doesn't mean the end of events like this. And here we are talking about preparation being key to everything. Lives will be saved depending on how they react going into this storm.
And you're in New York City, where they haven't seen this much snow in about 5 years. It's going to be the first big weather test for the new mayor, Zoran Mamdani. How's the city getting ready for this?
Well, he knows, like every mayor, that back in '69, when Mayor Lindsay failed to clean up this blizzard, he was notoriously booed for years afterwards. The new mayor, Mamdani, making the rounds on local TV and radio. So many outlets I've seen him promising 2,000 sanitation workers that will start 12-hour shifts tonight. They've already been brining the road, putting the salt water to avoid freezing. Once it hits 2 inches, the mayor says that there will be 700 salt spreading trucks putting about 700 million pounds of salt around New York City. It is a science for the city that never sleeps to fight snow right now. He is projecting a lot of confidence going into this one, but we shall see.
Yeah, that's the conundrum. They always have to set those expectations high, assure people they're going to do a great job, but you know, in the expectations game, you better deliver. Bill Weir, thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Coming up, the Epstein files put party allegiances to the test and put a former first family in legal jeopardy.
All There Is Live, streaming Thursday night at 9:15 at cnn.com/allthereis.
Alka-Seltzer Plus Gold Flu Fizzy Chews. Chew fixed. Feel better fast. No powder needed. Alka-Seltzer Plus Fizzy Chews.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The economists know which way is up.
Well, a little birdie told me rates are taking a dip, which means that dream home won't be there forever. Don't let someone else beat you to it. Start your search today. Make it real with Realtor.com.
Here on the internet, you can pretend to be anything, like a medical professional or a skilled electrician.
Don't trust the unfiltered internet. Angie has 30 years of experience finding the best pros.
Angie, job's done well.
When I started Walton Goggins goggle glasses, I had no idea what I was doing. But GoDaddy Aero does, using AI to build a logo, website, and social content. So I can let the world know if your goggles ain't Goggins, they don't belong in Goggins.
What do people want from a Medicare Advantage plan? Let's find out.
I want a $0 monthly premium.
I take a lot of medication, so I need prescription drug coverage.
If you would like help making an informed decision about your Medicare coverage, Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to help you find health coverage that meets your needs.
If you are turning 65, you may qualify for Medicare's initial enrollment period, which is the 3 months before, the month of, and the 3 months after the month of your 65th birthday. You are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans with monthly plan premiums starting at $0. Plans may also include Part D prescription drug coverage, dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a fitness membership, and more.
To find out if an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan is right for you, call now to speak with a licensed Aetna agent.
Call 1-844-514-6832 to find out if you qualify for Medicare coverage.
My health is my focus, and my body is nobody's business but mine.
Did you know an intimate pH balance is a common cause of odor? Wow, really? Vagisil's clinically proven pH balance wash has advanced probiotic technology to help maintain a healthy pH. Nice. For all-day freshness, pH balance wash and wipe.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bathroom shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bathroom shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We're waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathroommodel.com or call 800-384-5170. Call now.
I am who I am, and I like who I am. Chevy Chase is exciting, sarcastic.
Very, very funny.
I'm not gonna let anybody figure me out. I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not. Now streaming on the CNN app.
The Epstein files fallout is putting the Clintons in a political bind and party alliances to the test. The House Oversight Committee voted to hold the former president and former Secretary of State in contempt of Congress for defying subpoenas, seeking to depose them about Bill Clinton's ties to the late Jeffrey Epstein. Neither Clinton has been accused of wrongdoing in the matter, and they accused the Republican-led committee of singling them out when other witnesses were allowed to submit written statements. But 9 Democrats are among those who voted to hold them in contempt. Let's talk more about this now with CNN's Annie Grayer. So Annie, Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi blasted these members of her party, but there are a number of them who voted this way.
So former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, she's not in leadership anymore, but when she does speak out on something, her fellow Democrats do take notice. So I'm told from sources that in a private meeting with House Democrats yesterday, former Speaker Pelosi voiced a lot of frustration towards those 9 Democrats who voted to hold the Clintons in contempt, which is going to set up a floor vote in a few weeks. And she had a number of reasons for why she thought Democrats should not have joined Republicans here, including the idea that the focus should be on the Department of Justice and the fact that not all of the Jeffrey Epstein files have been released. As we know, they're supposed to be released by December 19th, mandated by law. We're still waiting on those. She said the Clintons shouldn't even be interviewed until those files are released. And she also pushed back on this comparison that's being made around the Clintons, that the former January 6th committee held former Trump advisors Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro in contempt of Congress because they refused to cooperate with the former J6 committee. But the Clintons have engaged with the oversight panel over the course of many months, not to the chairman's liking, but there has been this back and forth. And she said that these are not apples to apples comparison. But Pelosi's comments really just put on display the divide that Democrats have here. This is a very politically and legally thorny issue. Democrats are pointing, as you mentioned, that they think the Republicans are mistreating the Clintons, but there also is this idea that if you receive a congressional subpoena and you don't show up for it, that there should be repercussions for that. That's why you saw those 9 Democrats vote with Republicans there. But take a listen to the top Democrat in the House, Hakeem Jeffries. I asked him where he stands on all of this yesterday.
Department of Justice was supposed to release those documents, 5 million documents, by December 19th. More than a month has passed. And the Republicans have shown no interest in actually compelling the Department of Justice to do what they are legally obligated to do at this period of time. That sounds to me like contempt.
Now, there are 2 weeks before this reaches a floor vote, and Democrats are hoping there's a last-minute off-ramp where maybe something can be worked out and a contempt vote against the Clintons could be avoided.
So to be clear, there is no wrongdoing that they've been accused of here, but in the dump of Epstein documents we've seen so far, there were some pictures that we didn't know existed, right? Pictures where there were redacted faces, I guess, which would indicate either a Epstein victim or maybe a potential Epstein victim with Bill Clinton.
So there were a lot of photos that came out of Bill Clinton in the last photo dump, and even Democrats will say they want to ask Bill Clinton questions about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, that Epstein visited the White House multiple times, that Bill Clinton flew on Epstein's plane a number of times, that there are questions to be answered here. Now, Bill Clinton has said that he never knew of any wrongdoing and cut ties with Epstein before he was arrested, but even Democrats admit that there are questions here. It's just a matter of what form they get this information from the Clintons. Does it need to be a deposition? Can it be a more casual interview? Can it be a written statement? So that's what's up for debate right now.
Annie, really interesting sound from the leader. Thank you so much. And a former Olympian who turned into one of the FBI's most wanted is now under arrest, accused of being part of a drug trafficking ring. So details on this.
I'm Pete Bunteen at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
Speak now or forever hold it. Only took 4-hour cough liquid? Unlike Robitussin 10,000 DM liquid, Delsum 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of cough relief all day or night. Delsum, cough crisis averted.
Exhaustipated. When you're tired of your backed up gut and you need fast relief. Mirafast. Works naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes. Mirafast. Acts faster. Works gently.
That's the Tax Slayer calculator. I love numbers. So many. $0. The price when you file with Simply Free. Your maximum refund. That's a beauty. Also, my number one. File for free with Tax Slayer Simply Free. Eligibility requirements apply. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
How do we stop it? We need someone who can code in COBOL. What's COBOL?
This is the job for sponsored job. Indeed can help you get it right the first time. Sponsor your job on Indeed and get matched with quality candidates. Visit Indeed.com/hire now. My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Skyrizi.
And now I'm back in the picture. Skyrizi is the only IL-23 inhibitor proven to help achieve remission, meaning few to no symptoms in just 4 weeks for some people. Many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, even at 4 years. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help visibly repair damage of the intestinal lining. Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's.
Now's the time to take control of your Crohn's. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Now, there's even more to love about E-Trade, the original place to trade online. Our cutting-edge platforms on web, desktop, and mobile redefine seamless trading. Move at the speed of the markets with powerful tools that help simplify trading stocks. Plus, get expert research from Morgan Stanley to help you stay one step ahead. Elevate your trading. E-Trade from Morgan Stanley.
With less burning, itching, and pain from moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. Most people saw 100% clear skin that stayed clear even at 5 years. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or you need a vaccine. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Ask your doctor about Tremfya.
As teachers, taking care of ourselves is taking care of our students. AG1 gives me a little bit of kickstart to my day, and I know it's full of ingredients that help support my immune system. I've got a whole classroom counting on me. I don't want to miss the day.
New season. Plenty of reasons to get caught up. We're mature, rational.
Track.
Spicy tonight. Have I got news for you? New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app. Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
A former Olympic snowboarder who was one of the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives, well, a fugitive no more, now in custody. Ryan Wedding, who competed for Team Canada in the 2002 Winter Olympics, was known to authorities as the largest cocaine distributor in Canada. He had a $15 million reward for his capture. Wedding was arrested with 2 others on charges related to running a criminal enterprise, cocaine trafficking, and setting up several murders, including of government officials. CNN's Josh Campbell is joining us now. I am sort of floored and fascinated by this story all at once, Josh. What did the FBI have to say about this and how they found him?
Yeah,
quite an ending to this manhunt that has been underway for quite some time. As you mentioned, Ryan Wedding now in custody. He was arrested last night in Mexico, flown today by FBI jet, extradited here to California. As you mentioned, he'd been accused and indicted in the U.S. of running this billion-dollar operation that was involved in drug trafficking and murder. Authorities had accused him of orchestrating the murder of rivals as well as cooperating government witnesses. Take a listen here to FBI officials speaking just moments ago about this case.
As you know, Mr. Wedding and others are charged for their roles in a transnational organized crime network, shipping massive amounts of cocaine, approximately 60 metric tons, through Southern California on its way to Canada. Mr. Wedding is also wanted for orchestrating multiple murders of victims and government witnesses.
Now, CNN is attempting to determine if he has an attorney. We did hear from officials that they believe that he was in hiding in Mexico under the protection of the Sinaloa cartel, but again, arrested last night. Final point I'll note is that the reason why that FBI official was speaking so loudly, he was speaking over that jet engine. Interesting, we were told it's not just one FBI top 10 fugitive that was just captured, but a second top 10 fugitive also arrested and brought here to the United States. That airplane on its way now from California to the East Coast, where the other man in an unrelated case will be facing murder charges.
Wow, quite a development. All right, Josh, appreciate it. Thank you. A new hour of CNN News Central starts right now.
A monster storm is about to hit millions across the U.S. with catastrophic ice and snow. We are tracking the latest weather data and will bring you the full forecast. Plus, as hundreds of Minnesota businesses close and many take to the streets to protest President Trump's aggressive immigration enforcement, Border Patrol's commander-at-large sends them a message. It's on, and we won't quit. We're live from Minneapolis. Then later, a slavery exhibit at the site where Presidents George Washington and John Adams lived in Philadelphia is now gone, and the city is suing the federal government to get it back. We're following these major developing stories and many more, all coming in right here to CNN News Central.
One of the most powerful winter storms to hit the nation in years is now getting underway. More than 230 million Americans are in the storm's path, and the next 48 hours are really set to be extremely dangerous, life-threatening in a number of areas. Heavy snow, in some areas as high as 2 feet, is set to pummel several states, and of course, there is also the very real concern about what is being labeled catastrophic ice. This threat stretches from Texas into the Carolinas. Power and travel, understandably, a major concern. And just moments ago, Maryland became the 14th state to declare an emergency. Meteorologist Chris Warren is in the Weather Center for us looking at all of this. So what more do we know as these models are changing and as really the storm is now officially starting?
Yes, it is now getting underway, and we can see that right now. It is still looking to be far-reaching, widespread, and potentially historic, with multiple dangers, multiple things to watch. How we know it's getting underway right now, the green and the yellow, that's rain. And this is showing us where that cold air is coming in. You can see where they're starting to meet up. There's a changeover in precipitation. So from rain to sleet, raindrops freezing on the way down to the ground, but it's in these darker purple areas where the rain won't freeze until it hits something. So warmer air above the very cold air, the rain falls, hits either streets, sidewalks, your car, hits power lines, trees, freezes on contact. And that's when trees and power lines can come down and power outages can last for days. Knowing that and seeing this potentially has the makings for something to be dangerous. No power in extreme cold. Right now, it feels like it's 38 degrees below zero in Duluth. This cold air coming in behind the system. At times, there's going to be rain going up pretty far north, like into parts of North Georgia and Tennessee. That's not going to last very long. Cold air comes back in and changes things back over to snow, sleet, or even that freezing rain again. Pink is that freezing rain. That's the ice. Purple's the snow. This is now Saturday night. Sunday, notice it is still snowing, still raining in some of the same areas that it will be during the day on Saturday. So by Sunday morning, it is going to be an absolute mess. And on top of all that, possible there'll be a few thunderstorms mixed in with the main line of storms as it moves through. Again, high impact snow, more than a foot of snow possible across several states. But again, Erica, it is this ice that can be extremely dangerous. Travel will be impossible. Just walking out the front door can be dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Chris, appreciate the update. Thank you. Brianna?
Now to Minnesota, where a new wave of protests are happening right now. This is video that was captured outside of the Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Protesters gathered there. They demanded airlines join them in calling for an end to the immigration crackdown. At one point, some of the participants could be seen being taken into custody and loaded on buses. CNN's Omar Jimenez is in Minneapolis. He's with us now. What are you seeing, Omar?
Well, one, if you haven't seen the weather forecast right here, we are deep into negative degrees here. And so we've been following a lot of protests outside, but I actually just want to take a moment to come inside for a second and actually show you just kind of what's been gathering here. We are at Target Center in Minneapolis, where the Timberwolves play. And this is really the beginnings of what is said to be a major protest here, not against Timberwolves or anything, but against getting federal immigration enforcement out of the Minneapolis area. And what they're doing is there's actually a group that is over at US Bank Stadium, which is where the Vikings play here in Minneapolis, and they will be walking over to this area and participating in a protest with some of the folks that you see here, much warmer than those that are starting outside. Now, look, if you look anywhere across the Minneapolis, St. Paul area, you have seen various forms of protest. You talked about the ones at the airport, for example, and they've been against federal immigration enforcement being here. But we heard from one of the most visible leaders of that immigration enforcement, Commander-at-Large Gregory Bovino. He was in front of the microphones earlier today. Take a listen to how he is responding to what have been pretty consistent and forceful protests against their presence here to this point.
U.S. Border Patrol, ICE, and its allied law enforcement teams, we're going to take again these criminal aliens off the streets that you see behind us and that I've shown you this morning. We're going to take them off the streets wholesale. It's on. We won't quit. That is what we're here to do. And we're not going to be deterred in doing that. We are going to take these criminal illegal aliens off the street.
And a lot of the protests here haven't been necessarily against the types of some of folks that have criminal backgrounds being taken off the street, but more so about the tactics that have often spilled into wider communities and at times detained American citizens in the process.
And Omar, immigration officials are defending their actions after taking a 5-year-old boy into custody. What more can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so when this story first came out, I mean, the image was really what seemed to go viral first, that stark image of a little 5-year-old boy in the presence of federal immigration enforcement. And the Department of Homeland Security has insisted that they were targeting his father, and that when the father fled, that they stayed with the boy to make sure he made it into safe hands. Now, obviously, that's an account that's been disputed by the family and family attorneys, who said that there was someone there that could have potentially taken this 5-year-old in. As DHS says, they tried and it didn't happen. So obviously a lot of people going back and forth here as this protest is getting ready to get going in a little bit. But that narrative is something that the Department of Homeland Security and the White House have really put their foot down on multiple times and through multiple statements in regards to what happened to this 5-year-old man.
All right, Omar Jimenez, thank you for the latest on that. And still to come, President Trump says a massive armada is headed toward Iran right now, but insists it's just in case, and he would rather not use it to strike the country. Plus, the city of Philadelphia is suing the Trump administration after the National Park Service removes a slavery exhibit at the historic Independence Park. And later, as millions of Americans prepare for this monster winter storm we're expecting, FEMA is pausing the firings of hundreds of disaster workers who are set to leave the agency here in the coming days. We have that and much more coming up on CNN News Central.
Have I got news for you? New season premieres Saturday at 9 on CNN and next day on the CNN app.
With Fast Signs, see the visual possibility in your business. With signs and graphics, you can save anything. Transforming your space begins at our place. Fast Signs, make your statement.
Everyone wants to know. So here it is.
Melania, rated PG, exclusively in theaters January 30th.
I got in!
Oh my God. Wow, this is actually happening. Tuition, housing. All right, Quicken. Will I have to change my retirement plans?
Stop guessing and start knowing with Quicken.
Living with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine, and treatment is 4 times a year. So why wait? Talk to your doctor.
Botox effects may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as trouble swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Those with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions like rash, breathing problems, dizziness, neck and injection site pain, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions like ALS, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medicines like botulinum toxins, which may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 91% of patients wish they'd started Botox sooner. Ask your doctor today. If eligible, you may pay $0.
Buying a new car? You need WeatherTech. Perhaps a nice used car. You need WeatherTech. Or maybe you're still driving Old Faithful. You need WeatherTech. No matter the age of your vehicle, American-made WeatherTech products are the solution. Because Texas don't care what year your vehicle is. See? You do need WeatherTech. Order your American-made protection at WT.com.
Speak now or forever hold it. Only took 4-hour cough liquid? Unlike Robitussin EM liquid, Delta 12-hour liquid offers 12 hours of cough relief all day or night. Delta, cough crisis averted.
Agrees.
Big odors, a big distraction? Try New Febreze Amis with 50% more odor fighters to instantly restore just clean freshness. And that's huge.
Honey, your mouth and eyes are moving again. Yeah, let's go talk to your doctor. We learned the uncontrollable movements are called tardive dyskinesia, or TD, and were caused by Derek's mental health medications. Derek was prescribed Austedo XR, a once-daily extended-release pill for adults. Austedo XR can significantly reduce TD movements, with some seeing a response as early as 2 weeks. And he can stay on his mental health medications.
Austedo XR can cause depression, suicidal thoughts, or actions in patients with Huntington's disease. Pay close attention to and call your doctor if you become depressed, have sudden changes in mood, or have suicidal thoughts. Don't take if you have liver problems, are taking Restream, tetrabenazine, or valbenazine. Austedo XR may cause irregular or fast heartbeat or abnormal movements. Seek help for fever, stiff muscles, problems thinking or sweating. Common side effects include inflammation of the nose and throat, insomnia, and sleepiness.
If you see TD, ask about Austedo XR.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
If you or a loved one have mesothelioma, we'll send you a free book to answer questions you may have. Call now and we'll come to you.
800-821-4000.
President Trump says a major convoy of U.S. military warships is heading toward Iran in a stark warning to the Islamic Republic's rulers. Trump says he prefers not using military force to strike the country, but is not ruling it out as Tehran continues to brutally crack down on a wave of protests against the regime. So far, tens of thousands of people have been arrested, and according to a U.S.-based rights group, nearly 5,000 protesters have been killed.
Watching, we have a lot of ships going that direction, just in case. We have a big flotilla going in that direction, and we'll see what happens. But we have an armada. We have a massive fleet heading in that direction, and maybe we won't have to use it. We'll see.
We're joined now by CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Layton. All right, Colonel, first off, just tell us about the USS Lincoln, which is on its way toward Iran.
So this ship is one of the biggest aircraft carriers that we have, Rihanna. It basically carries up to 90 planes and helicopters combined, and that doesn't even include UAVs. So this thing is big, and it's also accompanied by 3 guided missile destroyers. So these kinds of ships can carry weapons such as a Tomahawk missile. Tomahawk missile was first used back in Desert Storm, and it can go after personnel, it can go after tank positions, it can go after almost any target, and we saw that used to great effect when we employed the Tomahawk back in the June time frame against Iran. So that becomes a major issue, for the Iranians, and it really shows how much firepower we can bring to bear on them.
So that is sort of the firepower that comes with this carrier group. What kind of damage could it do if Iran is looking at that? What are they thinking the U.S.'s abilities would be with all that?
So what they're thinking is this is actually a really good question, because in Iran itself there are several major sites around here that first we went after the nuclear sites, of course, but you've also got air bases, naval bases, installations up in Tehran. So there are a lot of things that they could go after, and it really depends what the target set is. That hasn't been determined yet, as far as we know. But if President Trump wants to go in and make it more difficult for the regime to crack down on protesters, they're going to have to figure out a target set that is even more extensive than what we've had before.
Talk about these other U.S. Assets, bases that are in the region.
So these bases right here are actually kind of interesting, because what we have here is the headquarters for the 5th Fleet. That's the so-called Naval Support Activity Bahrain, and that's the fleet that's responsible for all the missions, the U.S. naval missions in the Persian Gulf. They're the ones that keep the Strait of Hormuz open. And remember, about 1/5 of the world's oil goes through this strait right here. We also have Al Udeid Air Base, which is the biggest air base really outside of the continental United States right now, and it is the one that has about 10,000 personnel associated with it. That is also responsible basically for Air Force activities and naval air activities, not only in the Iranian area, but also throughout Iraq and Syria whenever that's needed.
Yeah, that is a lot of stuff. Colonel Layton, thank you so much for taking us through that. Appreciate it. Ahead, after years of uncertainty, the deal to keep TikTok operating in the U.S. has finally closed. What that could mean for the app and for its users next.
We need to do something. We need to save time.
I've got it.
What are you doing? We need to save time.
There.
What just happened?
I just saved time. By buying a car in Carvana, it was all online. Got pre-qualified instantly. Great terms. Oh, we need to get out of there.
What now?
Move those little legs. My car's getting delivered today. Save time and buy your car in Carvana.
Honey,
Wait, what?
with COVID-19 and my heart disease, I'm not going to wait. If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Paxlovid is an oral treatment for adults with mild to moderate COVID-19 and a high risk factor for it becoming severe. It does not prevent COVID-19.
My symptoms are mild now. I'm not risking it.
Paxlovid must be taken within the first 5 days of symptoms and helps stop the virus from multiplying in your body. Taking Paxlovid with certain medicines can lead to serious or life-threatening side effects or affect how it or other medicines work, including hormonal birth control. Tell your doctor about all medicines, vitamins, and herbal supplements you take, as certain tests or dosage changes of your other medicines may be needed. Tell them if you have kidney or liver problems, HIV-1, are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeed. Don't take Paxlovid if allergic to its ingredients. Stop taking and call your doctor right away if you have allergic reaction symptoms. Serious side effects can include allergic reactions, some severe like anaphylaxis, and liver problems. These are not all the possible side effects, so talk to your doctor.
If it's COVID, Paxlovid.
Ask your doctor today.
With Fast Signs, see the visual possibility in your business. With signs and graphics, you can save anything. Transforming your space begins at our place. Fast Signs, make your statement.
You love a clean plate. Almost as much as we do. And we've been dedicated to a safe, effective clean for 70 years. Cascade leaves no mess, no residue, no worries. Cascade, leaving nothing behind since 1955.
Even on an antidepressant, there are days I feel stuck in my head. Depression symptoms, like lack of interest and negative thoughts, can hold me back. I wanted to break through. I asked about Vraylar. Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant significantly reduces overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. Not for elderly with dementia-related psychosis due to increased risk of death or stroke. Report changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts to your doctor. Antidepressants may increase these in those under 25. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may not go away. High blood sugar may lead to coma or death. Weight gain and high cholesterol may occur. Difficulty moving, uncontrolled movements, tremors, feeling like you need to move, nausea, constipation, insomnia, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are common. Side effects may not appear for weeks. Vraylar, breaking through to relief. Ask about Vraylar.
Everything has led to this. The ultimate showdown of knowledge, nerve, and skill. Ready to return.
Oh my God.
One title, one winner, the Jeopardy Tournament of Champions.
Earn the grand prize of $250,000.
That game could have swung the other way.
Let's make it a true daily double.
The Jeopardy Tournament of Champions.
How about that?
As teachers, taking care of ourselves is taking care of our students. AG1 gives me a little bit of kickstart to my day, and I know it's full of ingredients that help support my immune system. We are better as teachers when we are feeling healthy and strong, and it is very hard to do that when you're feeling run down. I've got a whole classroom counting on me. I don't want to miss a day.
Arena with Casey Hunt today at 4 on CNN and watch on the CNN app.
So TikTok manages to beat the clock, and the president says he deserves some credit. The deal, which just closed, would require the wildly popular social media app, of course, to transfer control of its U.S. user data from the ownership of its Chinese parent company, ByteDance, to this American-owned joint venture. A pretty complicated transaction, but one finalized just a day before the deadline that President Trump had set after Congress passed a law that threatened to ban it, a law that was, of course, that was passed. It was signed into law. Then the president was a little worried about that when he was coming back into office. The president posting online, quote, "I'm so happy to have helped in saving TikTok. It will now be owned by a great group of American patriots and investors, the biggest in the world." So those new owners include multiple allies of the president. For more, CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter is here with me. Brian, I remember just about a year ago, you and I being on the air together as this deadline was expiring. President Trump was trying to figure out how to keep that law from going into effect. Here we are. What does this mean? What do we know about this new parent company?
That's right. And Congress originally said you could only extend this deadline once. But Trump worked around those rules. Some people believe he broke that law as he extended the deadline over and over again. And now, 1 year after that law took effect, here we are with a finalized deal. This is in some ways a win for President Trump in his negotiations with Beijing. This is something he can point to now as an accomplishment because he vowed to keep TikTok online in the U.S. And now it's a Trumpy makeover of TikTok, or you might say a Trump-approved revamp of TikTok in the U.S. because he has lined up his allies to be investors in this new U.S. entity. People like Larry Ellison, the billionaire behind Oracle. Also, Michael Dell, who recently announced he's funding those Trump accounts for babies who are born. He has lined up these billionaires to help run the new TikTok. We know it's going to be run by a mostly American board, while the Chinese-based ByteDance, which created TikTok in the first place, they're going to retain 19.9% of this U.S. TikTok entity. So this American-led company, it will have control over content moderation, it'll have control over user data, but it'll still be relying on that original TikTok algorithm that is so addictive, that is so popular, that is so widespread all around the world. So some of the concerns that lawmakers had about national security, those concerns are not entirely going away. But at least for the moment, no more mystery about the future of TikTok in the U.S.
So you mentioned those concerns are not going. This is what got us to this point in the first place. And let's not forget there was a time when President Trump said he was concerned about the security implications here. So the point of that TikTok law was to keep American data, right, out of the hands of concerns that the Chinese government would have access to it. So in terms of what we know now, how will those things be separated?
Yeah. According to these companies, the company Oracle that I mentioned, controlled by Larry Ellison, it will be the one that will oversee storage of Americans' TikTok data. This is something that has been in the works for years. Now it has been finalized. Now going forward, Oracle will have that responsibility. One of the giant outstanding questions is about whether this whether TikTok will now be under Trump's thumb in some way. And again, I emphasize this is a question, not an answer. But you'll recall when Elon Musk bought Twitter, renamed it X, and gave it a right-wing overhaul, he changed X to make it much friendlier toward President Trump and toward the MAGA movement. The question now is whether that's going to happen at TikTok as well. If so, users will probably notice it. This will probably be detectable, at least in some ways, whether it's through content moderation or through the algorithm. But that's one of the big unknowns now. Elon Musk took over Twitter, he moved it to the right. Now, will these Trump-aligned billionaires move TikTok to the right? And if so, could that have an influence in the midterm elections? I think that's one of the short-term questions now.
So there are the people who use the TikTok, right? And then there are a lot of people who don't. So for people who are not TikTok users, what's the takeaway here?
Yeah. I would point to Minnesota, actually. I would say that this relates to what you've been covering all afternoon long. When we look at videos of ICE actions in Minnesota, many millions of Americans are watching those incidents, watching those controversies, watching those protests, watching, in some cases, those abuses happen on TikTok. Those videos are going viral and they are spreading, yes, on Instagram, yes, on YouTube, but largely on TikTok. So that is the best recent example of why it matters. And then more broadly, ask any user of TikTok, they'll probably admit they're addicted. And many users talk openly about how addictive the app is. And will that change? Will that get even more intense now that it's controlled by an American group of investors? We shall see.
We will be watching, Brian. Appreciate it. Thank you. Coming up here, FEMA is abruptly pausing the firings of hundreds of disaster workers as the agency now prepares for this massive winter storm set to impact about half the country. Stay with us.
Hey guys, I was just gonna put this in. Have I got news for you? Suggestion box. Me too. We should give people a safe place to laugh about the news with funny and smart people.
What do you suggest?
Clowns. Oh, great idea.
Have I got news for you? Premiere Saturday at 9 on CNN.
Have you tried these Febreze carbon clips? The intensity down gives you total control. I can turn it up. That's nice. Or turn it down. Nice and light. Enjoy 40 days of freshness your way.
Zepbound may help in your weight loss journey. Once weekly Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
Ask your healthcare provider about once weekly Zepbound and check your coverage today at zepbound.com.
The cold is coming.
Thanks, Revere.
We really need to keep Zycam in the house.
Only if you want to shorten your cold. When you feel a cold coming, shorten it with Zycam.
On weight loss meds? Want to keep the muscle while you lose the fat? Now there's Reflenza for GLP-1 users. Now you can go beyond protein because it's fortified with essential aminos to help prevent muscle loss while you lose the fat. Plus, it has prebiotics for digestive health and collagen for skin elasticity. And now there's Reflenza's nutritional supplements, 22 essential vitamins, probiotics for gut health, and B complex for energy. Get Reflenza now on Amazon.
Life with ear ringing sounded like a constant train whistle I couldn't sleep. Then I started taking lipoflavonoid. With 60 years of clinical experience, it's the #1 doctor-recommended brand for ear ringing. And now I'm finally free. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
As the tax slayer calculator, I love numbers. So many. $22.99. All it costs to file. Your maximum refund. That's a beauty. Also, my #1. US-based real human support. File by February 8th. Tax slayer. File fearless.
Another morning walk. With our mom's osteoporosis, I thought our days would be different. No way.
We still get to see each other all the time.
If you have postmenopausal osteoporosis and are at high risk for fracture, you can rapidly build new bone in just 12 months with Evenity, the only bone builder that also helps slow bone loss. And Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk.
I love the cool stuff we're doing.
Yeah, we're still out and about exploring.
Yay for building new bone.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness, or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems, as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
See you tomorrow.
Closed captioning brought to you by KardioMobile, makers of the world's most advanced personal EKGs.
Check your heart from anywhere and detect atrial fibrillation with KardioMobile, the #1 doctor-recommended personal EKG for just $79 at Kardia.com or Amazon.
Well, despite the frigid temperatures in Minneapolis today, demonstrators are taking to the streets to protest the Trump administration's immigration enforcement operations there. Take a look at the scene earlier today in Minneapolis. This is a different scene here. We know, though, that there was an incident at the Minneapolis-St. Paul airport. Here we go. Where a number of protesters were taken into custody. All of this, of course, unfolding as there's been this statewide strike in Minnesota, prompting hundreds of businesses to close. It's actually part of a protest that's being labeled an economic blackout. It's been organized by faith leaders, by unions, and it's urging people there to stay home, to avoid shopping in this moment as a sign of protest. Minnesota State Senator Zainab Mohammed joins me now. Senator, it's good to have you with us. When we look at where things stand, so much focus, of course, on Minneapolis, on your state. Vice President Vance, who came to Minneapolis yesterday, said that he believes the, quote, #1 way we can lower the mistakes that are happening, at least with our immigration enforcement, he said, is to have local jurisdictions that are cooperating with us. Do you believe that there is more cooperation that would help in this moment? And if so, how so? Where?
Thank you for asking that question. It's good to be here with you this afternoon. I think the only way that things can calm in Minnesota is if ICE agents left. What we heard from our communities over the last few weeks, certainly this past week, is that ICE has overwhelmed the state of Minnesota. There are more ICE agents in the state of Minnesota than there are police officers. They are not coordinating with local law enforcement and letting them know what's happening. And it's created so much chaos to a point where law enforcement can't even carry out their duty and their regular business as usual. And so what's happening is ICE isn't coming in and asking local law enforcement, hey, we're here to enforce immigration laws. Here's what we're after. Can you work with us? They just come in and create chaos. They're pepper spraying people. They're tear gassing people. They're driving on the wrong way of the road. They're shooting people. And so local law enforcement is feeling overwhelmed. And you have seen law enforcement do a press conference this week alone where they said our own undercover or our own police officers have been stopped by ICE agents. This was somebody who was a regular police officer who was doing their shift and going home after an off-duty shift, who was pulled over by ICE agents, and they pulled a gun on them.
I believe that was the police chief for Brooklyn Park. So the police chief of Brooklyn Park, I was detailing what had happened to some of his off-duty officers. All of them, he noted, were people of color. You talk about ICE coming in and overwhelming the local law enforcement. I do want to ask you about what we've heard from federal officials. So you had Greg Rubino, who of course is the Border Patrol commander at large. He claims that in a number of instances, his federal agents have called local law enforcement, the local police, called them because they felt they needed help in the moment, and that the local police was not responding to those calls. CNN has reached out to the Minneapolis Police Department specifically about that. They haven't gotten back to us. Do you believe that too could be part of the issue? That ICE is feeling in some ways under threat and local law enforcement is not helping them. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the case at all. I was on the floor shortly after the shooting that happened in North Minneapolis, where a man was shot that night, where our police department came and they came to protect the evidence that was there and try to work with them as much as possible. And they told them, the state is not allowed to co-investigate. The police department is not here to like work with ICE agents. I think what they want to do is for local law enforcement to come in, allow them to create chaos and not do anything about it. The people in the state at the end of the day have to still work with the police department and ask them for help. And what's happening is community is calling 911 and asking for help because ICE is just going into random people's homes, random people's businesses, stopping people when they're driving. And so like what is happening is a level of coordination that we have from the federal government to ICE here that we've never seen before. And then our state government and city government and local law enforcement are all like in the blind trying to figure out what's happening, who's being arrested, how could they work, what can they do, and there's no communication between the two. And I don't think that's on our local officials at all. They've been asking for questions. Yeah.
We're looking at live pictures here. We're a little 10 in time, but these frigid temperatures, we see the protests there, live pictures. The police chief in Minneapolis has talked about how local authorities have worked to reestablish trust in the community in the wake of George Floyd's murder. And he also warned that the city is heading to a point that, in his words, could be very explosive. Do you think this is nearing a tipping point? Would you agree with the chief?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Chief O'Hara came in right after the murder of George Floyd and has really worked hard, incredibly hard, to gain the trust of the community. As you've seen what we went through with the murder of George Floyd, we have been building a relationship with our local police department. I think they have done an extraordinary in this moment, and I think the chief has been stepping up and leading on behalf of the community, trying to work with ICE, but they're not working with him. And what you're hearing from him is a frustration from somebody who's built years to get the trust of the community, and now all of that is being dismantled by random men who are wearing face masks, who are driving on the road the wrong way, who are kidnapping children, who are kidnapping indigenous people, who are not following the rules of this country. That is the problem here.
Minnesota State Senator Sam Mohammed, thank you for your time. Brianna?
As 2/3 of the country is bracing for this weekend's huge Arctic winter storm, FEMA has quietly paused the dismissals of hundreds of disaster workers who were set to lose their jobs in the coming days. The agency is preparing for the potential aftermath of this incoming storm that's forecast to pound a large swath of the country with freezing rain, debilitating ice, and snow. We have CNN correspondent Gabe Cohen here with us on this story, and you saw the staff email that went out about this. Tell us about it.
And Brianna, you know, we have been reporting for months now that the Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security, they are already deep into this overhaul of FEMA that we have been expecting to only intensify in the months ahead. One of the key recent details has been these terminations that we've seen in January. Just about every disaster worker whose employment contract is expiring this month, they've all been shown the door. Nobody is getting renewed. They are all being axed. It's causing a lot of chaos and confusion across the agency because even senior folks have seen their workforce diminish, and they're worried about responding to disasters like the winter storm that we're going to see here in the days ahead. But then yesterday, just hours after Secretary Kristi Noem goes to FEMA, she gets briefed on the disaster ahead. Suddenly, an email goes out saying, we're now halting those cuts, that they are going to cease offboarding these staffers at least until the storm is over. We don't know how long-term that's going to be, but it is really indicative, it seems, of how this administration is approaching this storm, how seriously they're taking it. I can tell you I obtained an internal document from inside FEMA yesterday and talked a little bit about how they're preparing. It says FEMA is on the ground and leaning forward, proactively supporting states in the path of this winter storm to ensure a rapid and well-coordinated response. And we know they've activated their National Response Center. They've been stationing generators, hundreds of thousands of meals, bottles of water all across this region that's expected to get hit hard. So they are taking it very seriously, but one of the big concerns is that we have seen a lot of people get pushed out of this agency. This is a big test for FEMA. How are they going to respond? We'll have to see in the days ahead.
And it's looking not so good, right? I think the question is, where is it going to be the worst? But it would be a terrible PR situation for FEMA, right? If they're laying off people in the middle of this. We have no idea though. I mean, even if they lay people off right after it, that's not great. So how long does the pause last?
Correct, and we don't exactly know, and we can tell you, I can tell you that the storm certainly was a big factor in that decision, but we don't know if this is just short term, if they're looking for a longer term process. But you are absolutely right. They don't want to fall on their face right now, especially Kristi Noem and Homeland Security, because this has been a huge project of theirs over the past year.
Yeah. All right, Gabe, thank you so much for the great reporting. Really appreciate it. Ahead, Philadelphia is suing the Trump administration after the National Park Service removed a long-standing exhibit on slavery in the city's Independence National Historical Park. What details ahead?
Are you a fiduciary? Well, sure. What about you? Yes. At Fisher Investments, we take the fiduciary duty to the whole new level, doing right by our clients in all aspects of our business.
To make commission on products
Well, yes.
in Fisher?
We don't sell any commission-based products because as a fiduciary, we believe that's a conflict of interest. And how do your fees work? Let me explain. In Fisher, we have a transparent fee structured so we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am, being me.
And ask your healthcare provider about the #1 prescribed HIV treatment, Biktarvy.
Biktarvy is a complete one pill, once a day treatment used for HIV in many people, over 18 or 80. With one small pill, Biktarvy fights HIV. Now you can go undetectable and stay there. Whether you're just starting or replacing your current treatment. Research shows that taking HIV treatment as prescribed, getting through and staying undetectable prevents transmitting HIV through sex. Serious side effects can occur, including kidney problems and kidney failure. Rare life-threatening side effects include buildup of lactic acid and liver problems. Don't take Biktarvy. Take better mind over family. Tell your healthcare provider about all the medicines and supplements. If you're pregnant or breastfeeding, or have kidney or liver problems. If you have hepatitis B, don't stop taking Biktarvy without talking to your healthcare provider. Common side effects were diarrhea, nausea, and headache.
No matter where life takes you, Biktarvy can go with you. Talk to your healthcare provider today.
Take an EKG from anywhere, but with 6 times the data. Can your smartwatch do that? Introducing Cardio Mobile 6L, the FDA cleared EKG that provides 6 times more data than any smartwatch. And it detects 3 of the most common arrhythmias in just 30 seconds, including atrial fibrillation, bradycardia, and tachycardia. Cardio Mobile 6L, the world's most advanced personal EKG. Get yours today at cardia.com or Amazon.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now I have Rinvoq, a once daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin. Plus, many had clearer skin and less itch, even at 4 years.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin. Serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, FB or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your dermatologist about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
I love my work caring for people. I often assist women who struggle with urinary incontinence, women who have fallen trying to reach the bathroom, or who have damaged skin from too much wetness. It can take a toll on them. At home, I worry for my mother. A lack of sleep due to bladder leakage affected her life. That's why I'm so glad the Purix system is available for home use. It's an innovative option for women who experience moderate to severe bladder leakage. This external system uses a soft, flexible wick placed outside the body to draw urine away from the body and into a collection canister. It's non-invasive and designed to keep the skin dry and stay in place. We trust it to help her throughout the night, so we're all better rested and can enjoy the things we love together.
Order yours online at purewickethome.com or call 800-483-3135 today.
New external catheters for women and men available for home use. Call 800-483-3135 today.
The city of Philadelphia is suing the Trump administration after the National Park Service removed a historic slave exhibit from the city's Independence Park. This lawsuit names the National Park Service, its acting director, and U.S. Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. The city's asking a judge to issue a preliminary injunction to return the displays to the president's house site, where Presidents George Washington and John Adams lived. This exhibit honored people enslaved by Washington and featured a historical timeline of slavery in the U.S. I'm joined now by Professor of African American Studies at Vanderbilt University and authors of Tears We Cannot Stop, A Sermon to White America, Michael Eric Dyson. Michael, I just happened to see this exhibit in less than a year ago. It was great. I wonder what went through your mind when you saw it being removed.
You know, Brianna, this is an unfortunate example of the attempt to whitewash American history, to deny the uglier parts of the story. The narrative is made stronger when we acknowledge that there have been problems, there have been lacuna, gaps in the telling of that story, but that when we tell the story fully and completely and understand the broad backdrop against which American history is unfolded, we are a better nation, a stronger nation. We did have enslavement. We did have slavery. Let's tell the truth about it. George Washington, though he ostensibly opposed slavery, also continued to own human beings as slaves. Let's tell that story too. That doesn't reduce the complexity, the nuance, the power of American history. It adds to it. So when we attempt to somehow pick and choose and cherry pick about what we will include and what we will not include, that is a greater destruction of the American narrative and story than anything that is horrendous that can be revealed when we tell the truth about slavery in America.
This is truly a fascinating story of America when you dig into it. Pennsylvania had a gradual abolition law while George Washington lived there when the nation's capital had moved to Philadelphia. And that meant the slaves that he brought with him from Mount Vernon in Virginia could seek freedom if they were in Pennsylvania for 6 months. He, according to accounts, kind of kept them a little hidden, right, from the public because it wasn't obviously cool in Pennsylvania to have slaves. And he quickly got wise to this law. He rotated them out of the state before they'd been there 6 months if he thought they might register to pursue freedom. I was digging around today, just so interesting. Washington actually wrote to his secretary, if upon taking good advice, it is found expedient to send them back to Virginia, I wish to have it accomplished under the pretext that may deceive both them and the public. That's a quote. Those are his words. Why is it so important that people understand these contradictions, especially through this particular individual, the first president, General George Washington?
Right. To understand that this is deeply rooted. The pedigree of our mendacity, the lying, the deception, the prevarication, trying to figure out how do we move them out of state for 6 months, after 6 months, so they won't qualify for the ability to sue us for freedom. Even the first president, who, again, a great man, a man of extraordinary ability, but also a man who was vexed by this vicious ownership of another human being. And that's part of the American story. And if that first president can do it, and we saw many subsequent presidents do it, that tells us about the draw of owning these human beings and what we had to do to get rid of it. And it also says to us, those who are the legatees of those enslaved people, like myself, like others that I know, that means that we have had a rough road to redemption in America, to grasping hold of democracy and making sure that it's real. And we've often had the state itself working against us in order to achieve the very freedom that was guaranteed to us by that constitutional convention that met there in Philadelphia. Because then the head of government, of course, was in Philadelphia before, of course, being relocated to Washington, D.C. So the seat of our government was involved in the shenanigans to try to hide and to try to distort. And so I think today is the 80th birthday, for instance, of Susan Taylor, who was the former editor-in-chief Essence Magazine, and now as an extraordinary philanthropist and social activist. I think about that woman, her story, how that story has been told in America, because her people were enslaved and my people were enslaved. And this is adding to a greater appreciation for the extraordinary valor it took for human beings who were African American and others who were Black to resist white supremacy, social injustice, and make this nation what it is today. Let's not lie about the history. Let's not paper over it. Let's tell the truth. And when we do that, we're a stronger nation.
President Trump issued this executive order in March that directs the Interior Secretary to remove content within the department's jurisdiction that, quote, inappropriately disparages Americans past or living. Where do you see this going next?
Yeah, this is extraordinary. The discomfort of white people cannot be the litmus test to determine the validity of an artifact, a history, a museum. The discomfort of many people who recognize, yes, my people were involved in some nefarious activities, but we overcame together. We had a bloody war. We contested each other, but we've tried to work this out. It continues to be fought. This war, as you can understand, is still being fought. The South may have lost the war, but they've engaged in trying to win the war of interpretation. The president is an extension of a white supremacist logic and a white nationalist rhetoric that refuses to acknowledge that it was wrong, that it was complicitous in horrible events that undermine the integrity of this nation. But when we tell the truth, we are able to gather together all races, all ethnicities, all genders, all sexualities, and recognize that the motto of this nation is still true. That creed, e pluribus unum, out of many one. That's why diversity is important. That's why bringing together various peoples of various nations and various religions and various colors together to make this nation the best that it can be.
Michael, what do you say to people who they will take issue with how you describe the president? Yes. But they might also, you talk about discomfort with some of these topics. What do you say to them about why this is something that people should know, the truth about these individuals?
Right. I teach at Vanderbilt University. Most of my students are not Black. They are white or non-Black students. They are international. They come together to learn. It is important for us as a nation to grapple with this significant period in our history where we did horrible things to justify the enslavement and subordination of one group of people to another. And the reason it's important to face that, we're doing the same thing now. I'm not saying there's an exact parallel, but when we see what's going on with ICE that your station has covered, and we remember the slave catchers that went out trying to seek African-American flesh. I'm not saying there's a one-to-one correlation, but the haunting similarity of subordinating people to issues in the state where the state is wrong, where the state is reaching beyond its own law. We have people and instances of people who are disobeying the very laws on the book. The Supreme Court can't rein this man in. The state legislators won't rein him in. The U.S. Congress won't rein him in. The only thing that reins him in, according to him, is his conscience. That is too thin a membrane upon which to rest the future of our democracy. So white brothers and sisters and others who are uncomfortable must be made uncomfortable to the point they begin to say, you know what, my discomfort cannot legitimate or validate my trying to live in what Gore Vidal called the United States of amnesia. Let's take off the blinders. Let's stop disremembering what we don't like. Barbara Streisand sang a song not many years ago. What's too painful to remember, we simply choose to forget. That's what we're doing now, trying to forget. But when we remember, the nation is made more vigorous and more committed to the very principles that animated us from the very beginning.
Michael, Eric, Dyson, a lot of conversation being spurred by this development in Philadelphia. Thank you so much for some of it. We'll be right back.
Here's to 30 grams of protein with no added sugar. Here's to 160 calories in all your favorite flavors. Premier Protein. Shake, twist, crack. Go get them.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless.
It's not you, it's type 2. Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
This scent won't stop you stinking. You need the right tool for the job. Mando makes sure that your armpits are up to code. Don't mask it. Mando it.
On 48-hour shifts, calls don't really care if you're eating, if you're trying to sleep, or if you're working out. Before AG1, I was having some trouble maintaining consistency. My energy was low. And now the biggest change I've noticed is having maintained energy levels. I feel good from morning till night. I've been in the fire service for over 20 years, and without the resiliency and having a well-established routine, I don't think I would have made it this far.
My heart has experienced life-changing wins, losses, and countless miles. To keep living at my speed, I trust Qunol CoQ10. CoQ10 is the #1 cardiologist recommended supplement for heart health. Qunol, brand I trust.
The Arena with Casey Hart, next on CNN.
American climber Alex Honnold is about to attempt one of the most daring feats in television history, climbing one story skyscraper in front of an audience of potentially millions of people.
Of course, he's no stranger to high-profile efforts like this. You may have seen Free Solo. That's the Oscar-winning documentary of Honnold's climb of Yosemite's El Capitan. Of course, without ropes, without protective equipment.
And he's now going to attempt the same on Taipei 101. It's a 101-story building in Taiwan's capital. It's the 11th tallest in the world. It's a climb that is going to be broadcast live on Netflix tonight. Let's talk about it with Tommy Caldwell. He's a close friend and climbing partner of Honnold's. He's a legendary climber in his own right. All right, Tommy, talk to us about how dangerous this is, how technical it is. How would you compare it to his famous free solo of El Capitan?
Oh my God, I mean, I don't know if this is what you want to hear, but I actually feel like this isn't all that dangerous. I don't think he'd be doing it if it was dangerous. To everybody else, it's going to look very scary and very dangerous. It's a super tall building, but I think the actual climbing is well within Alex's physical abilities.
Okay, can confirm it looks super scary to me. So you're right for the non-professional climbers over here. But it's got to be different too when you're talking about a building versus a rock formation. I mean, how different are those surfaces?
I mean, I haven't climbed skyscrapers personally, so a lot of this is just imagination. But you know, I know that it's a building made of glass and metal, and the climbing moves are going to be really consistent. Like, I think he just does the same exact move over and over again. So if he knows how to do that move really well once, he's going to be able to just repeat it over and over again. Where as on an actual rock surface, it's a little bit more like, you know, you could almost equate it to like playing a single note of music versus playing an entire song. This is going to just be like repeating the same note over and over again. Now, there's a lot of pressure involved. There's going to be a lot of eyes on it. And the fact that he's so high up and he's getting exposed to that is going to be thrilling for both him and the audience. You know, as just sort of a, like, you know, if you're looking at this through child's eyes, like, we're climbers. We love playing on jungle gyms. We love climbing on things. And this building is a magnificent feature. So the fact that he gets to climb it is just something I feel like he can't say no to, and he's pretty excited about.
It is the ultimate jungle gym. All right, so I know you're saying that this is actually easier than the feats he has attempted, but I'm assuming he's trained for this, right? I mean, there's still a lot that goes into this. How do you train for something like this?
He's definitely been training. I mean, we kind of hold each other accountable for training. Like, we love training. We love trying to get better. We love improving ourselves. And so he's had some rock climbing projects that use the same type of movements and muscles that he believes he'll need on this climb, and he is thriving in those ways. Like, I think right now he is probably climbing better than he ever has. He's got a home training gym, you know, like a whole facility at his house. He's been doing a lot of weightlifting. I think he's really over preparing for this one, which is great because we don't want anything to go wrong.
No, definitely not. You mentioned, you know, I mean, I would think there is certainly an added amount of pressure when you know this is a broadcast that millions of people are tuning into. I mean, how do you tune that out?
I mean, this is new territory, right? I don't think a free solo has ever been live broadcast before. Alex is better at tuning that kind of stuff out than probably anybody. And so I think he really, I don't know, he just has this amazing way of like compartmentalizing and focusing on what's in front of him. And if, you know, like if anybody can tune out all the noise that could potentially distract him in a bad way, it's Alex.
What do you think the objective is here? I mean, because we, compared to when we saw Alex in free solo, he's now a dad, right? There is danger here, even though it may not be the most dangerous thing he did. There's, you know, there is inherently danger in this. What's the objective? What does this achieve?
I mean, I think it's twofold. It's just a life experience that he can't say no to. You know, he kind of conceived this idea himself years ago, but never thought it was going to happen. And then a production company managed to get together and get him permission. And he's just like, this is just something that nobody gets to do. I have this very unique opportunity that's going to create a cool life experience. It's not all that dangerous, he doesn't feel like. And so he's like, I might as well. I also think there's this other objective of, I think Alex understands that he has this like unique ability, at least in the climbing world, to create abundance around him that he then shares. Like, he's an incredibly generous person. I almost see it as, you know, like a rising tide rises all ships, right? Like, he, through this kind of thing, can create a lot of great things around him, which then he gives away to his foundation, to his friends and family. Like, he doesn't seem to need a whole lot himself. So this is, in some ways, a way to give. Even though from afar it seems like a very selfish endeavor.
Tommy, thanks so much for joining us. And the Arena with Casey Hunt starts right now. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Arena. I'm Pamela Brown. It's great to have you with us on this busy Friday. Right now in Minneapolis, protests and arrests are underway with local unions and faith leaders calling for a so-called economic blackout to protest ICE operations in the city. We're now weeks into these protests, and sources tell CNN that President Donald Trump is privately expressing frustration that his immigration messaging is getting lost amid the chaotic videos of protests and arrests. The sources saying that many of the president's advisors recognize that they need to contain the fallout. The latest wave of anger on the ground being driven by outrage over the detainment of a 5-year-old child alongside his father. This is Liam Ramos. This morning, CNN spoke with the superintendent of his school district who arrived on the scene after Liam was taken by ICE.
We're a very small town. So there were people crying, and I jumped out of my vehicle and went straight to the yard and said, where's the child, assuming that I was there to, you know, take my students and then, you know, call an emergency contact and reunite them with someone. And then a community member tearfully said, they've taken the child.
The Department of Homeland Security claims that Liam's father is a, quote, illegal alien, and that he fled from their agents and, quote, abandoned his child. Now, we at CNN cannot yet independently verify the details of this incident, and their family's lawyer says that they both came to the country legally and were applying for asylum. They went through a process that was established under the Biden administration. Today, Border Patrol officials doubled down on their version of events and argued that they did everything they could to reunite Liam with his family.
They're not being separated. That child is in the least restrictive setting possible. When I say that we're experts, both Border Patrol and ICE, in dealing with immigration cases that involve children. Probably the most experienced anywhere in the United States by any domestic law enforcement agency.
Let's get off the sidelines and head right into the arena. My panelists here, along with CNN Sarah Seidner, Kristen Holmes, and Priscilla Alvarez. Kristen, let's kick it off with you because you have this new reporting on the president's private frustrations with his immigration messaging. What more are you learning?
Yeah, people saw start to spill over as President Trump took the podium at the briefing with the last minute ad. Part of the reason that he did that just a few days ago is because he thought that his messaging on immigration is getting lost. And of course, as we know, President Trump believes that he is his own best messenger. And what you saw there was him tick through these various mug shots, holding up what people in Minnesota, or as he alleges, his administration alleges, have been apprehended for serious crimes underneath this ICE crackdown. It's also where you're starting to hear this kind of softening of rhetoric. The White House itself, they are not changing the messaging. They are not changing what they are doing, their acts on the ground, but they don't want the optics to be the narrative around immigration. And what we've seen is this 5-year-old boy, these images of him with ICE agents standing around him. We obviously saw Renee Good get shot by ICE agents. We've seen protests in the streets. And President Trump has privately said that he believes that his own messaging, which he wants it to be all about keeping dangerous criminals off the street, is getting completely sidelined in this kind of chaos that you're seeing in Minnesota. So that's why you're seeing J.D. Vance there on the ground in Minnesota. That's why you're hearing him kind of retract some of what he said. They do not want the storyline to be the administration or ICE agents versus protesters. They don't want the story to be about tension. President Trump believes that the story should be about what the ICE agents are doing. And I just want to be clear, because there's been a lot of conversation about why they're kind of toning down the rhetoric. This is not a change in their posture, we are told by senior White House officials. This is just a change in the way they are talking about immigration and this crackdown.
All right, Kristen Holmes, live for us from the White House. I'm going to go out now to Sarah Seidner. Sarah, you are at this ICE Out rally right now. What have you been hearing from demonstrators? I know it's very loud there.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, but yes, there are 20,000 people expected to fill the Timberwolves Stadium here at Target Center. They learned of this rally less than 24 hours ago. That is how many people responded and said that they wanted to come. They are free tickets, all of them taken up, sold out. We are starting to see crowds come in. And the message is very clear. If you look around you, you will see the signs. It's very clear what people want here. And you see it there, 2 words, ICE out. People are holding those signs. They are up on the big screens. It says, we love our neighbors. Trying to tell people, look, we are here. We're going to stand with you as the immigrant community they feel is under siege by ICE, who they are saying are creating complete chaos and doing things that are unconstitutional. That is how the folks in this stadium feel. We're also hearing that from some of the state and local leaders. I talked to the mayor, for example, who believes this is all about Donald Trump doing retribution to this city, who has been standing with the immigrant population and standing against ICE. Now, you have this issue that has been very, very polarizing, one that has brought people out, more people out, after they saw what happened with this little 5-year-old boy, Liam Ramos. People here saw him in his little backpack with an ICE agent behind him, masked agents taking his father, and they heard the stories that were being told by DHS saying that they had to take the boy because they said the boy would have been abandoned, that the father tried to run away. That is not what we're hearing at all from witnesses on the ground, including officials with the school that Liam and his brother attend. Let you listen to what the superintendent told me, who went on the scene to try to figure out if there was some way she could help as Liam was being taken, his father being taken away.
I entered the home and the mother was distraught. She wanted Liam. She wanted to open the door. And I can't even imagine, as a mother myself, like how conflicted she must have been seeing, and this is what she told me, seeing her husband standing in the driveway in handcuffs, saying, don't open the door, and also hearing her little one. She looked up at me and said, I don't understand.